What's up, the internet? It's Kyle. I am joined once again today by my partner in crime, part of the voices behind the camera, Jenna.
Hi.
There you go.
Okay.
Two-handed wave. Two-handed wave.
Always,
Yes.
always. You got to keep it tight, uniform, and just go as fast as you can.
I prefer the big hands, but okay. So, welcome into day 2 of our Pride Month kickoff celebration. Here on the Experience Day 2. We are proud to be bringing you great content today and all through the rest of the month in partnership with Prism Comics, prismcomics.org for more information about them. We will be making announcements this week as to further conversations that will be happening throughout the month, including a reschedule of one we were supposed to have yesterday that we're working on right now with Devin Grayson. So, we are pleased to welcome our first guest for today. She is a person who, I'll be honest, probably has more well, let's put it this way. She's smarter than I am. I'll tell you that just because,
I think
read
she's
all the
gonna
letters
be
at the end.
the smartest person in the room this next hour.
Well, because she's a professor of things and she also makes comics. So let's welcome in Krista Gehring.
I really say I'm a professor of things. Yes. I'm a professor of many things. I don't know about the smartest in the room. I think my wife would probably have a conversation with you about that.
Okay.
It's always the spouses.
Okay.
I mean, when I tell her that I don't know what gas does in the car, she's like, "What? How are you?" Because I don't.
I see the same thing to my husband.
You get in the car and you go. So
yeah,
he's like, "Hey, do I need to change the filter every time?" And I'm like,
I don't know, So I mean, but I guess I make up for it in other areas, so that's okay,
So, in the first promo image we made, Krista had a really great Pinhead poster in the background that I framed up perfectly, and I noticed it in the background. You have you have a horror fandom that is a kindred spirit to my own.
Well, can I just show you? So we've got this Pinhead.
There's
my gosh, that's
and then I've got, I mean, it's out of control. It's out of control. And I'm one of those people that I go to Texas Frightmare weekend, which I'm excited to go to in September. And these are all signed. So these are signed by the people from the 1978 Halloween. There's Nick Castle, who is the original Shape, and Nancy Loomis, who was Nancy, and Nancy Loomis, who was Annie, and PJ Souls, who is Linda, who's totally, So I'm just, and then my Hellraiser poster is signed by Clive Barker and Doug Bradley. I mean, and then of course my Nightmare on Elm Street, Robert Englund, Heather Langenkamp,
This is not me lime jelly. Lime jelly.
It's like
gravy. It's all gravy.
An autographed treasure hunt when I go to those things. So I love it. So
tell us your origin story. How did you come to be where you are?
Oh, geez. Well, a long time ago. No. I actually sort of took a roundabout way into getting to where I am. Like right now, I'm an associate professor of criminal justice at the University of Houston downtown. And when I started my, college studies, I originally had ideas. I wanted to be an archaeologist. I don't know if I wanted to be Indiana Jones. I have no idea. I wanted to be a kinesiologist at one point, and then I realized that I should probably just major in something that I love and that I'm good at. So I actually have a bachelor's degree in English. So I love reading. I love, writing. And then I sort of, went through my career of working in the service industry, going back to school. I mean, it took a really roundabout way until I solidified on getting into the criminal justice field. And that was really a field that I had always been interested in. I actually have a sibling who has been in and out of prison probably like 8 times, I swear to God. So that was always fascinating to me. Like, what was the difference between us? Why did I abide by the law and why did he break it? So that really made me interested in criminological theory. Like, why do people commit crime? And
is he the firstborn?
No. And what's interesting is that we're both adopted, right? But we're not from the same parents. We don't have the same genetics, but we were reared by the same adoptive parents. And he turned out very different from me. So that was always fascinating to me. Like, I realized that happens in biological families, but this was really sort of that, you know, nature versus nurture, nature via nurture sort of little mini experiment in my head. And so that just sort of made me pursue my studies. And I was getting my my master's degree in criminal justice at Northeastern University. And that is where I met Mike Batista. He is the co-author of the comics that we do now. And we had just met. We're sort of kindred spirits. He's very, you know, artistic visually. And we were out one night and he said, gosh, I wish I could have my own comic. And I said, well, you know, I've got some stories. I like to write some things. Like, so we would get together and collaborate on these comics that were not related to what we're doing now. They were very crime oriented and also very vampire oriented. I don't know why we were so into vampires, but there was a lot of vampire stories happening. So, you know, we would go to comic book stores and, you know, we would go to movies. I mean, he's very much just a kindred spirit. I think of him as a brother. I mean, there's something, you know, you meet those people and you just click. And when we worked together just on those things, it just made sense and we had so much fun. And then when I graduated and got my master's degree, I left and I went back to Colorado and he stayed on the East Coast. And, you know, we sort of did our thing. We kept in touch. And then when I started to do my doctorate degree, I had to start teaching students. And that's when I realized that their sort of feelings about theory was not the same as mine. They didn't love it as much as I did. So when it comes to comics and sort of that part of my life, I was very late to the game. I think because I don't know if you can relate to this, but being a woman in the comic book world, and we're talking like late 90s, kind of this is going to date me, but I was in my mid 20s before I actually walked into a comic book store because it was very intimidating to me. I knew that this was this whole world that everybody knew about who was in that store, and I didn't know anything, especially when I hear them talk, you know, like the nerd speak and this issue and that. And so I finally was like, you know what, this is something that I've always been interested in. I'm a child of the 80s. I grew up watching Super Friends. You know, I was very much into those types of, you know, characters. So when I walked into the store for the first time, I gravitated towards, you know, JLA. That's when the JLA comic was out because that came out in 96. So I just devoured that, Wonder Woman. And then I sort of ran out of the superhero titles. And that's what I had been used to when it came to comics. And I remember asking the guy at the store, like, what else do you recommend? And he's recommended Sandman. He recommended Kabuki. It was like, we're off to the races, right? That's when I figured out, like, oh, there are brilliant authors, brilliant stories in these comics that go way beyond, you know, superheroes. And then I was hooked. So And, Mike and I, as we met when we were at Northeastern, that's what we would talk about comics. We would, just sort of get into comics. And that's sort of my origin story when it comes to like the comic book world.
Nice. So like your first like big one was like a Sandman and then like Wonder Woman, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think the comics that really blew me away were Sandman and also Alan Moore. When I read From Hell, I was like, what is this? This is phenomenal. So that was another thing that I was really drawn to. And I tend to be drawn to sort of horror, darker, crime, those sorts of things. So that's really the area that I was drawn to. And, it's been totally consuming them ever since. And then I decided to sort of take that into the academic world. And that's what really sort of started this whole series of Crim comics that I do right now with Mike.
Nice.
So as an academic, how big of a role does your everyday kind of academic work play in your comic? Like, are you in the comic telling stories that you're studying every day? Like, how Law and Order is it? How rich in the headlines is it?
Well, first of all, when it comes to like Law and Order, the only issue that really sort of gives a nod to that is an issue where I try to sort of frame all of these theories from a psychological perspective. But essentially what Crim Comics is I don't know if you've seen any issues, but Crim Comics are basically criminology comic books. And I created them because my students weren't reading the textbook. They weren't reading, the things that I was, assigning them to read. And theory is difficult. It's really abstract. So I thought, how could I make this better for them? How could I make it more sort of approachable? So I called up Mike and I said, hey, I have an idea to do some criminology comic books. And he said, oh, this is totally what we're supposed to do. So we ended up getting a contract with Oxford University Press, which is like the leading textbook publisher in the world, I think.
Nice.
And our contract is to write 13 issues of Crim Comics. And we're getting ready to publish issue 10. And so we're coming to the end. But each issue really sort of explains kind of a family of theories, like why people thought about crime a certain way at this moment in time, and what those theories are, like whether it's social learning theories or social control theories. And I try to weave more relatable things into those comics so that students can relate and people can relate. It's not just for students. I mean, anybody who's interested in learning about why people commit crime can get these. And but the last issue that we published, I actually made my wife be the star of the story. She was very happy about that. And she played a detective who was, investigating this crime. And throughout the comic book, I sort of wove in various concepts that are important, like psychopathy and personality in crime and things like that. So that was a really fun one to write. And she finally stopped bugging me about putting her in the comic.
I'm jealous. Your studies sound like they were a lot more fun than mine. My degree's in applied mathematics. So I really feel like I was like, man, I missed out. I should have done something. This sounds like it was a lot more fun than what I did.
I'm sure you could make, they are making comics about anything now. I've seen a lot of, academic material showing up in comics. There was actually a textbook that I found that it was statistics, but it was told through a comic book form. So this is a way to really, present great information to people to make it digestible and engaging and fun. So nothing's ever too short.
We actually found a manga on calculus here one time. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Where was this when I was studying
in college?
Where was this when I was in high school and college?
Yeah, my degree is in making pretty pictures and audio theory. So I'm really good at turning buttons and making pretty pictures. Like, I didn't take math.
Math is hard.
It's so easy. Like,
oh, okay.
You gotta look at it like it's a story. That's how I look at it. When I look at these like long drawn, like huge equations, I'm like, what is your story? Let's find your ending.
When they started putting letters with the numbers, I was out.
The letters mean stuff.
Yeah. One of these things is not like the other.
Right.
The letters equal numbers. Come on now. Come on.
Yeah, but you got to figure out what they are. No, just tell me.
No. I think I'd be better at figuring out why people commit crimes and figuring out what X is. And I don't know either thing. So how, because I'm fascinated about criminology and kind of the academic part of it. Just because, and I think part of it has to do with, I read a lot of Malcolm Gladwell, and he has a fascination with it.
Right.
And so I think it's rubbed off.
What's your fascination?
Well, it's, I want to know why I make the decisions I make. And oftentimes those are poor. Well, it's one of those, it's like, so I'm fascinated with why, like you said, why people commit crimes, but why people commit the crimes they commit. So why is a person, in a white collar job more likely to commit theft than someone in a blue collar job? Why is someone, in a more affluent part of town more likely to do something like steal from a store than someone in a less affluent part of town? Like, that fascinates me, why certain people do certain things and other people do other things. And so in teaching that, when you have to boil those concepts down to put them in a comic book, does it make it, I guess, how does it clarify itself? How does the kind of the understanding clarify itself?
Well, I think you have to find examples that the students will understand, and you have to use crimes to illustrate a particular theory that really goes together well. Because when you were talking about white collar crime, several different theories just sort of flew into my head about why that particular crime happens, whether it's because the person is a psychopath and they don't care that they're taking money from people. Maybe it's social learning, that there's a culture within that corporation or that industry where everybody is doing it and you're sort of learning from people. Whether it's a low self-control thing where somebody saw an opportunity where they could engage in crime in that particular industry. I mean, there's a lot of different things. I mean, there actually could and probably should be a comic that just talks about white collar crime in that way. But the thing is that when you're talking about different types of crime, there's not going to be one explanation for every single person. For example, when you talk about murder, people commit murder for many different reasons, and homicide, they commit homicide for very different reasons. And some of them are considered terrible, bad, we shouldn't do them. Others are justified sometimes. If you talk about homicide as being the killing of one person by another person, If I were to kill you intentionally, that's bad, right? But if someone is at war and is killing other people, that's acceptable. So there's this notion of how crime can be socially constructed depending upon how we feel about that particular act at that particular moment in time. And we have that. So there's this notion that there isn't even a crime that is inherently bad, because sometimes it's justified. If somebody steals something because they're greedy versus somebody stealing something because they're hungry and they need it,
It's the Les Mis principle.
Yes, definitely. So there are
Jean Valjean stealing a loaf of bread to feed his family.
Right. And because we're trying to explain human behavior, there cannot be, in my opinion, there cannot be sort of a universal theory of crime theory that explains all crime all the time. There are some theorists that say that they've created it, but you can poke holes in it. But I mean, the thing is that we're all curious about this, right? I mean, there's this huge industry that's even sort of come to the surface. I mean, I was always a fan of true crime, but now true crime is like everywhere because, people are fascinated by the other. Like, why are these people doing this? How could this happen? Because I would never do that. But it's sort of this peek into the abyss to a certain extent. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Yes.
You get to see something else that somebody else. Yeah.
Right. I have two questions. Okay. The first one is it weird when you're listening to a true crime podcast? You're like, I totally know what that person's thinking. Like you're going through this and you're like, I get it.
Oh,
probably the same response I would have had. That's a weird place to be. Is that common amongst people who are studying criminology that it's, I can totally understand what's in that guy's head as he's doing what he's doing, as he's
I mean, I don't want you to think that all of a sudden I can assume like the of a psychopath.
I guess the question is that part of it though? Like in the study, is it putting yourself in the shoes of a person who commits a crime and trying to figure out and understand why they committed the crime? And then when that happens, does it often result in a change in the way we think about said crime?
Oh, I wish you were in my class. Question.
I'm going to audit. I have to come to Texas, but I'm going to audit.
Okay. We'll just have you zoom in. I mean, I'm doing an online class in the fall. The thing is that that's actually something that I tend to do pretty frequently when I'm watching, a documentary or I see, forensic files or those sorts of things, or read a newspaper article or whatever. I can typically, based on sort of the background and the crime that occurred and sort of who the person is, I can typically figure out or understand why that crime happened based on the theories that I know. And that's very important. I think when we can understand why people commit crimes, or if we can understand why certain areas, like in a city or in a country, have higher crime rates than others, if we can understand that, then we can take steps to prevent it. Because when you're focusing in on a theory, the theory typically has various indicators or even risk factors in there that if you were to target with intervention or target with a program, it would likely reduce the likelihood that someone would commit that crime again. But there are also some theories that may be in criminology that we study, and research has shown that they actually don't prevent crime. They don't have an appreciable effect on it, yet we have a lot of laws and policies that are sort of based on that theory. So as an academic, seeing those things get put in place, knowing that the research says that they're not as effective, it's frustrating. especially when you look at sort of the policies that we have now that are very sort of tough on crime, and we need to deter people. The research shows that those types of policies don't change people's behavior. I mean, think about it. If you've ever gotten caught speeding, right? After you got caught speeding, did you never speed ever again after that? Be honest. I mean, maybe
most of the times I speed away from the speeding ticket.
I mean, maybe you drive really carefully away from the police officer, but like the next day.
Yeah.
So even that notion of deterrence there is very small. I mean, if deterrence worked, people wouldn't commit crime and people wouldn't go back to prison. So, but that's ultimately why theory is so important and why I want my students and others to understand it, because that's what we build hopefully effective policies on, because we want to reduce the crime rate. You know, we want to make it so people don't commit crime and commit more crime. Did that answer your question? I felt like
it did, but it raised like 8 more that I'm just going to
tell me.
Because I'm also fascinated with things like mandatory minimums and recidivism rates and this kind of stuff as it comes to parts of my background that I, don't really want to dig into too deeply, but, especially as it comes to drug laws and the drug crimes and things like that. So bunch of class. I'm just going to come to class. It's going to be easy.
Well, the mandatory minimums and the war on drugs, I think we could probably collectively, even some people may be resistant to this, we could probably say that it has not worked, and it has only resulted in increasing our incarceration rate and led to a lot, like large groups of people becoming disenfranchised. It has disproportionately affected women, people of color. It did not do what it was intended to do. It was intended to focus on those drug kingpins, but it has basically just widened the net and brought a bunch of users and addicts into the criminal justice system, when ultimately they would probably benefit being in a more public health model, because they have.
I've been an advocate for treatment courts for a long time, and so like that's part of this whole fascination, is that I was blessed to be granted treatment rather than incarceration when I had trouble. Why doesn't everyone get that same opportunity? This, and understanding the law around why I got in trouble versus why other people get in trouble and that kind of stuff. So like I said, it's a much bigger conversation than I think is what we want to do here. But okay. I did want to ask one last question about kind of the criminology part of this. And then we'll get into some other things, which is to say, in the last 2 years or so, we've seen a big change in the kind of the social view of crime and the way we as a culture respond to it. How does someone who's writing books about this and someone who's teaching it, how do you adapt to that as you see kind of the idea of what should be a crime and what shouldn't be a crime changing in the zeitgeist as opposed to in the actual world, like actual laws and actual policies?
Well, I've realized that there are certain things that maybe coming from my perspective, from sort of this privileged perspective, weren't as important to me as I know that it is to my students, especially when it comes to, and the world right now, when it comes to crime and police use of force and who is criminalized and who isn't, and who has access to resources and who doesn't. I've really had to sort of realign myself and understand like what is important for people to know. What information do they need in order to make informed decisions? And a lot of change is happening just within the curriculum of criminal justice departments. We're trying to do that ourselves, to talk more about diversity, inclusivity, and equity, to talk more about like, oh, we have a race and crime class, but what does that even mean? Like, does it really talk about the issues that are important, or does it just talk about African Americans commit this amount of crimes, Latinos commit this amount? I mean, that's surface level. We really need to get to these issues and talk about sort of these systemic problems and failures. And I think that criminal justice needs to sort of turn around and take a good look at itself and see what things need to be changed and how we can sort of impart knowledge to our students, our faculty, to the community, to actually make the world, I mean, I hate to sound crazy, but to make the world a better place, because right now, for the past couple of years, it's kind of been on fire, and things are only going to change if we do it, within ourselves, and then hopefully you can touch other people. When it comes to things that I'm writing, I've realized that there are some theories, especially right now, that I think are more salient, especially when you talk about labeling theories and when you talk about conflict theories, where you have people in power who have access to resources, who are making laws, who are then sort of making these laws that impact other groups of people. And I think that it's important to have those issues raised within what I'm writing so that students can get access to that, so that they can be exposed to it. I mean, the good thing is that I work at, my school is phenomenal. I love the University of Houston downtown. I've been there going on 11 years. One of the main reasons I stay there is because the students, I love them. We are a Hispanic serving institution. We're a minority serving institution. It is so diverse, and I learn so much every day from my students. And it's actually made me, I think, a better person because of them. So, my teaching and my scholarship and my service, one of the things I want to do is to serve them and empower them. So that comes with having these really tough discussions about crime and criminal justice that we're all starting to have, that I think is really important. That answer your question? I feel like I rambled on like.
No, it does. It did. And again, it's one of those, I really do just need to take the class. And see, that's been my motive since I got out of college. Like I said, I studied making things sound pretty and look good. And since then I take classes whenever I can on things that interest me, partially putting off that student loan payment, but partially, learning other things. I took an economics class because I didn't understand the stock market. Like, I still don't understand the stock market, but I know enough to be dangerous now. It's that kind of stuff. I just took a class on animation last year, so now I'm going to take a criminal justice class. Yay! Okay. But as we talk about inclusion, including, not only you were talking about having to, change kind of the way the theories are framed to be more inclusive, or to be more, open to the differences that were, are becoming more and more prevalent in society. What are some things that I'm
on the edge of my seat.
What are some things that you see sticking out that we maybe should address?
What do you mean?
Like, what are some things that, like, I mentioned how I feel about drug law, but like, what are some things that you see sticking out that, it's been, the theory has been this for so long, but what we're learning now is that maybe that's incorrect, and this is something that's sticking out to me that maybe needs to be reframed.
Well, I mean, what you're talking about, the war on drugs and the mandatory minimum sentences, that has had devastating effects on people. And a lot of those policies, like 3 strikes policies, those have been devastating too. When you are, for people who are not familiar, in some states, if you are convicted of a 3rd felony, you can go away for life. And it doesn't matter what that felony is. I know that there have been people who have fallen under the 3 strikes laws who have stolen a sweater, who have stolen pizzas because it fell within that theft range that made it a felony. So now they're at Folsom Prison, for stealing a VCR or something, and that has devastating effects. So I would say a lot of those sort of zero tolerance, very harsh sentences. And the thing is that it's intuitively we think, well, if we just punish people harsher and if we just have really harsh sentences, people won't commit crime, right? Like that's the idea. Because we can change the severity. We can't change how swift the criminal justice system is. We can't change how certain it is because people don't get caught or there's plea bargains, but we can affect the severity of the punishment. And we think as pro-social beings, oh, well, if it was so harsh, I wouldn't do it, right? But the thing is that when people commit crimes, they don't think they're going to get caught, right?
Right.
When you were speeding, did you think you were going to get caught? If you have committed any sort of crime or delinquent act, I mean, think about when you were in high school. I know I did a bunch of stuff in high school that I didn't think I was going to get caught. And luckily I didn't, but
all dumb teenagers.
But that's the thing. It's like deterrence doesn't work if somebody doesn't think they're going to get caught,
Right.
So
one of my favorite lines is when people talk about the death penalty for drug dealers, it's like they don't live every day under the threat of death with way less money and time than due process of law. Like it's not a deterrent for that. Like I like that idea.
No, and because we are in Texas, it's a very law and order, punishment-oriented state. The death penalty is alive and well here. And, that's not a deterrent,
No.
So to have these policies that are based on what we think is supposed to happen, because I think the general public, deterrence is very intuitive, especially if you have pro-social people thinking, well, I would never do that. Like that scares me. I would never want to go to prison. Yeah, you're pro-social. You're not the person that we're trying to protect, right? But when you have people who are, justice involved or who are engaged in a criminal element, that's not something that they're even thinking about, So the notion of not getting caught comes into play, or the fact that if somebody does get caught, there is a high likelihood that many of their friends and family have also been in the criminal justice system. So unfortunately, it's sort of a normal occurrence for them. So
crazy.
Yeah, I mean, to answer your question, a lot of the policies that we have right now that are based on deterrence and very harsh punishment, and we have to supervise people. I mean, the research says that it doesn't work. It's not as effective as putting them in rehabilitative programs, teaching them how to be pro-social, giving them vocational skills, education, because 95% of the people in prison are going to get out.
Yeah.
Don't you want them to be productive when they live next to you, as opposed to just treating them like animals while they're in there? You know, it's
and there's a perfect example right here up the street from us in Huntsville. There's the huge Huntsville prison that they have, like huge. They have horses, everything. And then you go into Huntsville, actual Huntsville, and there's so much crime. It's a very high crime rate there. At least it feels like every time I go there. It's one of the very few places I'll actually lock my doors, you know, while I'm driving. And it's just like there's the giant maximum prison right there.
Yeah.
And then the town is still like nobody cares.
Yeah.
Is how it feels. Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy.
And
So Jenna, I realize that I've kind of been monopolizing the conversation because
you have some really big questions. I was going to let you go. I was like, ask your big questions. My questions are a lot not so big now.
So let's go on to the not so big, I guess. I think every question's a big question, so go for it.
Here we go. So how does it? So I've read that you were one of the creators of GatorCon up there in U of H. How's that? How did that come to be? I really want to know, because I've been once, but yeah.
Well, I have another kindred spirit. His name's Mike Emery, and he's in the University Relations Department at UHD. And he and I talk comics. He likes really terrible horror movies.
Teeth is my favorite B-rated horror movie now.
No, we're talking like Spider Baby. And
he's
gonna be like, or like Tourist Trap, you know, like that kind of stuff.
Oh my God.
And so we started talking about it, and we decided, why don't we just do a comic book convention here? Like, wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah.
And it was, you know, we had Jen and Space Cadets come up, and they had a table, and I guess they did gangbusters, and we had gaming come up too. And I'm also very good friends with Daniel Blackbird, who is the owner of Misfit Toys, which that's where I get all my horror stuff from him.
I think they were just here for something too. It was so cool seeing some of the stuff. Oh, for the Jason David Frank one. That's what it was. Yeah.
I mean, that store, Misfit Toys, I can't speak highly enough. It's amazing. And great. Space Cadets too, obviously. But I know. So, yeah, we just put that together. We had a few vendors, and then we had various panels. You know, I did a panel on how to create a comic book. We had another panel that I participated in, which was like a debate, like DC versus Marvel.
That is the big question.
Right. And Isaiah.
I'm an indie person myself, so.
I was on the DC side. So even though I typically only read Image, DC is still have a warm place in my heart. I mean, I think Batman is the most amazing character, and he has the most amazing villains. So, and Isaiah Carey actually moderated that debate. So, you know, he's on the news on Isaiah Uncensored. So he came up because he was a big comic book fan. We had a few like movie showings. We had cosplay. I mean, it was really fun. And we were going to do it the next year, but then COVID.
Yeah, so. Because I had a cousin who was up there at the time. She's like, come down here. You're going to love it. And I'm like, I was working security in downtown at the time, and it just happened to land on my day off. So I got off at like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning, and I came in and I slept in his dorm room for like an hour. And then we walked around a little bit, and then I went home and passed out. And I feel so bad that I didn't see any of the panels or anything. I just got to walk around a little bit, and then I went home. And I was like, next year, I'll be able to hit it next year. And here we are.
Right. I know. Well, I talked to him about, do you want to do it this year? Do you want to do it next year? It's in the works. I think doing it this year might be a little too much, especially we're just now, like, we're being told we need to have, you know, campus up and running and people on campus, you know, 70%. I have no idea. Like, they want it to be like business as usual. And I think throwing in a big event like that when you're trying to
need to
normal.
Yeah, we just got to kind of settle into our new normal. Figure out what is the new normal and kind of settle into it before we start doing like some of these big plans and stuff. I think Miss Jen is feeling the same way for Space Cadets Con. We did our one last year online, and she's thinking of doing it again this year. So we don't know. I don't know anything. Don't quote me. So
y'all gonna go to Comic Palooza?
No, we're not going this year.
No. I'm
not
either. So
we want to, the best thing to do is figure out what is the new normal, and then to be able to work out the kinks from what is going to be our new everyday life, so I'll definitely can't wait until I can come back so I can actually see the stuff. I feel so bad that I missed it, but I mean, I was kind of there, but sleepy. So my next thing
I was going to come out for Comics Palooza, but that ain't happening.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it.
So it's a long drive to maybe to not know what's happening for sure. So
yeah, it's definitely one of those things where I want to wait a little bit. Everybody here but one person at the store is vaccinated. I'm getting my second shot later, so it's just been we're working our way through it. And I feel like as a society, we're all working our way through it. And we found new ways to connect, though, and I love it. That's just
I know.
Yeah, it's so much greatness. All right, so my next question was, okay, so we did a little research about your class, and we saw that, like, you have the students write comics as
Where did you research this?
So I forget where it was. It was actually something my brother found, and he was telling me about it. And I was like, oh, that's super awesome. Can I go back to chopping at meat? Can you write whatever question you want to write? And he wants to know, has that helped you connect with your students, being able to do a project like that with your students?
Yes. I mean, because I have them read crim comics throughout the semester, what I typically have them do is read an issue that corresponds to whatever chapter it corresponds to in the textbook. And a lot of times it helps them understand the material better. Mm-hmm. And because there's so much comic reading in the course, I figured, how about instead of a research paper, I have them do a comic book that basically is the research paper in a comic book form, to be quite honest. And what they do is they choose a famous criminal, and they, do the comic and talk about their criminal's background and the crimes. And then they choose one theory that we learned in the semester that they feel could explain that person's behavior, and then sort of talk about that. And then something that could have been done to prevent that behavior based on that theory. So I have gotten some amazing pieces that, I'm just looking at it like, my jaw is dropped. It's so phenomenal. And I love the aspect of allowing students to be creative, because it's really sort of this higher form of learning where you're trying to integrate all this information and then putting it in a medium that is artistic and creative. And I tend to tell my students, one of the best softwares to use that I found is called Comic Life. And Comic Life, it's online. They have various templates that students can use. They can upload pictures, all of the word balloons and everything. And it's free to them for a month. And then if they want it, I think they have to pay like $20 or something, and then they just have it. And the things that are created using that software in particular, I'm blown away. So, yeah, but that's probably the best decision I've made is I would rather grade 27 comic books at the end of the semester than,
oh my gosh,
like 15-page papers. So, and I think the students appreciate it too.
Yeah. Have you ever, like, now I'm really curious. I wish I could see these. Have you ever tried to get like maybe permission from some of the students to do like maybe like a trade of it? Some of the ones.
Oh, that's a good idea. Sort of like a trade paperback.
Yeah, and then like it could
Do
be
an
like
anthology?
you could, like, donate it. Yes, thank you. That's the word. And then it could be like all the proceeds could be like
I'm
donated.
taking notes right now.
I do too. I take notes too all the time. But yeah, so like I really want to see some of these now, like the way like you're describing some of their passions and the way that like it goes into there. I'm like, oh, I want to see them. But it's just like reaching out, getting permission, getting it all bound, and you know for sure I'm gonna buy one. I need the first one, please.
Okay.
Dibs. So yeah, definitely. And then it's just really cool to talk to somebody else who's. So my dad is actually a retired detective. He was a police officer and detective over in the Athens Police Department. And my stepdad is, and then my dad's dad is a retired Navy. So it's like I get to see that side, and then the other side of my family is very the other side of the law.
Oh,
I guess it's the best way. So I've got like both sides, and then like nobody ever talks about anything because nobody ever wants to upset part of the family. So it's like I want to hear more about why my family is fighting with this side of the family. Tell me more.
it's just so fascinating, you know.
Yeah.
It's so fascinating, especially when you have that within one family. You know, what made this group go this way? What made this group go this way?
Well, I'm pretty sure it is. So one side of my family kind of followed that path because that's what they did in the old country that we came from. And that side of my family followed that path because that side of the family has been here forever. Like they helped found, like, my great-grandfather was the first bailiff. My grandmother was the first secretary for the judge. And it's like they did this weird split and just went.
Wow.
And it's like one wanted to, I think what it was, it's an old family urban legend, was two siblings were fighting. And so one became a cop so he could arrest his sibling. And
wow.
It's like, okay, so it's an old urban legend. We don't know if it's true, but yeah. And I've always been like, okay, so why do you hate each other? I don't understand. We're all the same kin. What's happening here?
Wow, that's
interesting. It's so much fun to, I definitely want to be able to read some of the stories, see if maybe like I remember when this cousin did this crime. Let's see why.
I mean, you should do a whole comic book about that. That's an interesting story.
Oh, I don't know about that. Because there's some. Oh, I got to put all those old family urban legends out there,
Just change names.
Yeah, change the names, change the nose. Nobody will recognize us.
Right. Totally.
Just not in Texas anymore because everybody knows us in that side of Texas. So we got to be like, where else would this get away from? That's how it is in South Texas. Small towns, South Texas is just, it's what you are. You're either crime or not crime. There's only two sides at this point in some of these smaller towns. And then there's me who was like, no, I'm good. I'm going to go to the big city.
Right.
I'm going to the big city. I'm done with this. I'm going to take my girlfriend out of the small town and we're just going to go. And so, yeah.
Cool.
We found our way in the big city.
Good.
So we got a couple minutes left. And so we need to do the work.
Oh, yeah.
Which is to say, where can people pick up Crim Comics?
Oh, okay. Well, Crim Comics, I need to actually get some issues over to Space Cadets. I've talked to them about that, but typically where you can get them is Amazon. I mean, you can buy them on Amazon. I've seen them on Barnes and Noble, or you can actually go to the Oxford University Press website and purchase them there. They range from like $5 to, there's actually a double issue called Biology and Criminality, which is like $10 to $11. So they're reasonable, but they're mainly, I mean, if you just typed in Google Crim Comics, you're going to find various outlets to purchase them. but Amazon and Oxford would be good places to start. Definitely.
Perfect.
And then where can
everybody
people follow
find
you and support your work? Yes.
Oh, people can follow me on Twitter. My handle is Krista S. Gehring. That's also, you can follow, I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on Instagram. Crim Comics also has a Twitter handle. It's Crim Comics OUP. So it kind of looks like Crim Com soup. That's also Twitter and Instagram. So yeah, those are various places just on the social media. I'm on TikTok, but I just do that to watch like the crazy videos. I don't do anything on TikTok except watch.
That's how we started, yeah.
You
And now
know,
we're
I do
posting
on
videos
TikTok
every
what
day.
Jenna tells me to do on TikTok.
Yeah.
That's essentially
I wouldn't
how it
even
works.
begin to know how I could even do anything on that, but
You literally just have to press the record button and then press the upload button. That's it. That's the whole thing of TikTok.
But I'm like, I'm not that funny. I don't do crazy stuff when I sleepwalk. And I mean, but I've definitely been like dwindling away a lot of hours watching that content. So it has an impact. But yeah, I mean, just search for me on Twitter, search for Crim Comics on Twitter, Instagram, and just follow me there on the social media networks.
Cool. And then Krista will be back in about an hour from now, hosting our conversation with Jeremy Holt, who has a book out called Made in Korea.
Yeah,
So
so
Krista will be back to host. Krista will be back to host that. We will be back in just about a minute's time, though, with somebody I'm very excited to talk to. As well, I think I've bought every book they've put out in the last 8 months, sight unseen. It's been that kind of hot streak. So we'll be back in just a minute with the Steve Orlando. So stay tuned. What's up, the internet? It's Kyle. I'm back, and so is Jenna.
Hi!
Welcome into our second interview of our second day of our Pride Month kickoff event. That's a lot to say. I really should have come up with less words.
Part 2 of day 2 of Pride Weekend for Pride Month.
There you go.
Maybe?
So, so our next guest is, like I said before, one of the hottest writers going right now. I don't know how he's got time to do this because he's writing literally everything. So let's bring in the Steve Orlando.
Hi!
Hi.
Jenna, do you want to? Very good. Jenna, you mentioned yesterday to me that you were excited to talk to Steve because you have a similar interest or a similar background. Act normal, do not gush.
Yes. So I've actually, unbeknown to me, have been reading all of your comics. And then until the night before last, when he was like, "Oh, hey, you're interviewing this dude. Go, show up." And knowing me, I have notes and notes upon notes of everybody because that's just me. My degree's in math. What I do: research, study, write it down. There
Sure.
I go. So, and yes, we have very similar backgrounds. So I actually found out you studied Russian in college. Yes.
I did. That's actually what my degree was in back in the day.
Really? Was it the culture? Was it the language? What was it?
There was a focus in my case on language and culture. I mean, you could sort of pick which way you would go, but I was more interested in cultural aspects, and yes, of course, the language. I also did a lot of folklore classes, things like that, but it wasn't the Russian literature education. That was a track you could take, but it wasn't the one I took.
Oh, okay.
If you guys start speaking in Russian, I'm totally good with that. I'll just be
We're not going to. In my case,
no. I made another note at the top. Don't do it. Don't do it. I know you want to, but don't do it. I made a note not to do it.
Now I lived there in 2007, but I haven't had the opportunity to speak. I mean, it's not gone, but it's hiding in the recesses. So
it's one of those things that if you don't use, you lose. I've been finding that out here.
Well, I think you'd find it's not gone. Like if I spent a week around people, it's still there. Like because I can still read it and stuff like that. But the active memory, it's definitely hiding farther back. I'm just at, like, if I'm watching something and they shortchange the translation, like in a movie or like a signage, I'll be like, oh, that's nonsense.
I'm always like, yeah. And then so my friend's actually trying to learn, and she's using Google Translate to do it, and I'm like, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh my gosh. Because they add words in Google Translate where it's like, so we have a show called What's in the Box, right? And then so she tried to translate it, and for some reason it translated to let me translate it back to English. What is in your box, please? And I'm like, what is, like, she tried to say it to me, and I'm like,
inappropriate.
I'm like, that's not the same thing.
That's a perfect example. I can't remember the word for box in my mind. I keep thinking of the word for boat, which is not the same. Maybe they're both K words.
Yeah, they both are. Yeah. Come cha.
So like I'm like that's where I'm at right now. I can remember a word, but it's not the right one.
Oh my god. But no, it is not the right one. All right, Kyle, take it away. I just had to get my gushing out of the way. Sorry about that. Get my fan going out.
So the question we ask everyone, and this is, you've probably told this story a million times. Tell us your origin story. How did you come to be where you are?
Well, I have told it a lot, so I'll at least do the quick version. But the long and short of it is I started going to Comic-Cons when I was 12 to start trying to learn how to write comics. I would collect cans and bottles to pay my way to San Diego every year. And when that happened, I met the folks that would one day become Man of Action, that did Ben 10 and things like that. But back then they were on X-Men and soon to be on stuff in the Superman office. So they looked at the scripts that I had done, and they were not good. I was 12 years old. But they were very utilitarian and said, okay, kid, like, here are some things that can make it better. Do this, and we'll see you next year. And I know now that that's something they say to a lot of people, but however, most people don't come back. Well, I came back every year for 20 years. And, in between middle school, high school, college, 10 years of a day job after that. And over that time, I did new pitches every year. And finally, come when I was about 28, I did something that they said was publishable, and they handed it, as they promised to do when that happened. They introduced me to the folks at Image, and that became my first book, Undertow, which came out in 2014. And part and parcel of that, I'd also been doing a similar, like coming back every year and pitching and being stubborn with the folks at Vertigo. So soon around that time, I got my first work there doing some 8-page shorts for another one of my mentors, Will Dennis, who's no longer with DC. And so it's just a story basically of spending at that point 2/3 of my life, getting rejected, not giving up, getting better, listening to critiques, and finally getting to a place where, at least in the opinion of some, I'm ready to be a professional. So it's not a sexy story, but I do think it's one that people need to hear because it took a long time for me, longer than many people, but not as long as others. And it's good for people to know that it can happen. But you got to keep going, and you have to take critique and be willing to get better and have low humility. So that is my story. It is one of just getting better and better in extremely small increments until the time came when the people that were nurturing me and mentoring me finally put me in front of the right people. And at that point, it was on me to sink or swim. And I'm still here, so it would appear that I'm swimming.
Yay! We're super grateful.
One of the things, yes, absolutely. We're glad you're still swimming.
Yes.
So one of the things that really is interesting to me is that for all of your work at DC and Marvel and the bigger companies, Image, Boom, those guys, you have a lot of smaller press stuff. Project Patron is one that's coming out at Aftershock. Your work at Heavy Metal, that kind of stuff. You do a lot of work, in the creator-owned kind of small press realm. Is it important to you to kind of keep that balance, or is that just, lucky that you found somebody who wants to publish the stories that you want to tell?
Well, it's important, especially for me, because I was exclusive with DC for 4 years, so I almost feel like I'm overcompensating now because I've only been able to do, for the most part, licensed IP for a long time. But it's important to keep the balance either way because, for a myriad of reasons, yes. From a creative standpoint, the type of work is different. And so it's good to keep yourself stimulated so you don't get comfortable. Creating something from whole cloth is diametrically opposed to what you're doing if you're working at a DC or a Marvel or in any licensed property where you're adding basically a brick in this ongoing mosaic that, has been here for anywhere, maybe 5 years, maybe 80 years, and is going to be here long after you leave. You're putting the first brick down when you're creating an original. When you're working on something established, you're putting, one of hundreds of thousands of those that are already in the structure. So you need to do both to keep your mind fresh and keep the way you think about story evolving. And in a business sense too, because it is great working for places like Marvel and DC. However, the things that you carry with you and the things that are always going to keep you solvent and pay you in the future are things that you own. So you need to keep it balanced from a business standpoint, but also a creative standpoint, and keeping yourself stimulated, ponging between the two. I think it makes each of them better. At least that's my opinion.
Absolutely. And I think that's bearing itself out with the, again, I called it a hot streak earlier. Quickly, and it happened after Undertow. Like somebody handed me the trade of Undertow. It was like, you need to read this. You're going to like this writer. And it was, my pull list became just anything Steve Orlando writes, just pull, very quickly. So I think it's bearing itself out in that your popularity is growing and growing and growing as the industry is growing and growing and growing and growing. So I think that kind of balance is wonderful. And as two people, Jenna and I are both big indie fans. So having that is a bonus for me. So I want to ask you specifically about a book that comes out Wednesday, which is DC's Pride anthology that's coming out. And this is Pride Month, so I want to bring it up. You have a story in there amongst a bunch of other creators. When you're approaching an anthology, not just this one, but any kind of anthology you might be a part of, do you look at the way you approach the story differently?
Well, so yes, but the question is less anthology and more just how many pages you have. And that, usually if you're doing an 8-pager, it is an anthology, so they sort of slide together. But a story is a story, so it's more about knowing how to accomplish, whatever you set out to do in however many pages you're given. And it's actually much harder. I tell folks that are trying to break in, everybody thinks that publishers want to see like your 100-issue epic. But it's actually much harder to write an 8-page story than it is a 20-page story, because it still has to have a beginning, middle, and end. It still has to have conflict, still has to have something to say, but you only have that very small space. So you are more thinking about how to be effective in the time you have. And in an anthology, usually you only get 8 to 10 pages. Or like I'm going to be in the next issue of Razor Blades that Steve Fox and James Tynan do. That's a 4-page story. The smaller the story, the bigger the challenge, actually. And so it's sometimes the inverse of what people think. Because I guess people look at George Martin and his inability to finish Game of Thrones. They're like, oh, this must be really hard, and that's hard for different reasons. But it is actually very challenging. The less space you have to still tell an effective story that isn't just a collage. You want to have something to say. So with DC Pride, there was a lot of requests. Actually, they wanted, because the ask was for me to fit Extraño, Constantine, and Midnighter into the story. And when you read the story, you'll see how I did it. But yeah, it became first things first, an exercise in problem solving. How can I do something that's again effective and moving, hopefully, and has something to say? Definitely, film is little and is fun and isn't just like hitting you in the face in this small space. And that's usually the challenge of doing anthology work.
And in 8 pages, how do you feed all 3 of those characters enough to feel like you've done enough work with each of them? Because independently, they can all independently they can all carry their own series.
But yeah, I mean, that's the challenge. I think you'll see the thing. Like, to me, I mean, first of all, you basically can't, and that's fine. By the way, like, it's better to pick one person who is the star of any story, and have others who are supporting. And when that happens, you just have to sort of realize how they're, like anything, the same with a one-page or a one-issue story, the same with the miniseries. You're always going to have a star. Extraño is the star of the DC Pride story, by the way. And so what that does is it means Constantine and Midnighter function and have to be true, intriguing, fun versions of themselves. But the arc and the statement comes from Extraño. They're there to further whatever the thesis of the story is. And it would be the inverse if Midnighter was the star. It would be the inverse if Constantine was the star. So that's, that is part of the work. If you try to serve everyone, usually in a story that short, you end up kind of having nothing fully formed for any of them, So, which is ambitious, but it's also can lead you into folly. So the goal with that, I set out, for Pride, to me, it was always going to be an Extraño story. He's the first out character in a Big 2 comic. North Star debuted first, but Extraño was out first. So for me, there was no question who the star of that story was going to be and who was going to be the driver of it.
So, and without giving away anything about the story, how does that, knowing the background of the character, knowing that Midnighter, Extraño, and Constantine all have this kind of the rich history they have, how does that influence your writing on the whole? Like, do you pay attention to that for an anthology in the sense that trying to play along with their canon, or are you just trying to tell a small, succinct story with these 3 characters in it?
You don't want to, in a short story, first of all, you want to acknowledge who the characters are. You must present the characters as true versions of themselves. But as you sort of hinted at, in 8 pages, people don't want a Wikipedia entry. So yeah, you want to you definitely want to allude to a greater history. But at the same time, your first obligation is to thrill people and please them in those 8 pages. So you'll see how we do it there. Like we acknowledge that these characters have known each other for a long time. But again, those moments, those 8 pages are what matter first. You don't want to have, if it's just buttressed up by, editorial captions or like, oh, go see Hellblazer 947 when John Constantine first kissed a man. Like, no, nobody wants that. You want to make people intrigued by the characters, so they then go track down these appearances and discover these things themselves with sort of joy that is self-directed rather than editorially dictated.
I love that.
Yeah.
Joy that is self-directed rather than editorially dictated. I'm going to start telling that to my bosses.
Make it a shirt.
Several of them are editors, so they'll find that even more funny. Let me ask another completely off-topic question, because that's the direction my brain is going right now. Project Patron from Aftershock. I'm a big fan. I love it when Aftershock does a superhero story, but it's not just any old superhero story. And Joe Pruitt will yell at me for asking, but is there anything is tell me about that book and how you came to that book and how kind of how that book came about.
That's what Joe's going to get angry at you for? Ask me.
He's going to get angry at me for the next question.
Oh, well, then let's
don't worry. Just
one.
order Marie's pizza. You'll be fine.
Then let's speak to this one. No, I mean, Project Patron very simply came about from wanting to merge two genres that I love, which is in this case the Silver Age and the sort of modern subversive storytelling of something like Gundam Wing, or more specifically like Evangelion, which I really came about wanting to do this book when we finally got the release on Netflix, and I was watching and rewatching it and just being excited about how it was nominally a mech story, but its ambitions were so much higher and it was so much more. And even going right into the ending, which for me is perfect. My boyfriend almost walked out because it was so messy and inconclusive, but that's the shit I love.
That's Evangelion though. It's always messy and inconclusive.
That's how it's always been since the beginning. It's messy.
Yeah. Well, wait till you see how some of my books end. But but that is the long and short of it. Like, I love it. Wasn't a mashup I'd seen before, so I was like on the treadmill and I was like, Evangelion with a Superman robot, done. And that's how that came about. But I was not wanting to do company work, so it became Evangelion with our sort of own world. And then when I thought about how we could get there, that's how this sort of twist on Death of the Superman came about. But it is like, as you sort of keyed in, Aftershock doesn't really do superhero books. And as you've read with this book, like, it has the trappings of a superhero book, but it's really about this pilot team, which was much more interesting to me.
Yeah, and that's kind of where the second question was going is the book really about Patron, or is it about everybody else?
Oh no, it's about everybody else. There's no question. I mean, he's dead.
Yeah.
But it is about his legacy in that way. This is a team that basically is having to live up to this myth, and eventually confront things that he had to confront. And can these people do it? I mean, as you've seen in issue 1, the new member is there to see if even a team of normal humans can handle these responsibilities, these rigors, these stresses without cracking. So it is not about him, absolutely. It is about these 5 people and the loss they suffer and how they push forward and strive to meet that ideal together as they overcome huge grief. And when they go into the suit, though, I mean, it's still me. So yeah, there's still these wild, like Grant Morrison style villains that they're fighting. I mean,
that was my question.
Yeah, I mean, I forget which issue is out now. I guess 3 isn't out yet, but I think in 3 they fight Super Mechatron, which was which you'll see is like he's like a robot villain that thinks that he's the Metatron, like the digital Metatron. And it's probably the most 90s influenced thing that I've ever done, and for me that's saying a lot. But you know what? It's my book, so there you go.
3 comes out in 2 weeks.
Yeah,
and that's what I was hoping for, is like, so give me something to be looking forward to, and it's the villain in number 3.
Super Mechatron. I need it. I already need it. I've already got all of the, like, I don't know if you can see, but I kind of have like some of my mech shirts. Got one of them on today.
Super Mechatron was like my ode to like the Super Young Team era, like Final Crisis era, when Grant was just like making it rain with like offline concepts that they didn't unfortunately often have time to get back to, but they were still like, you kind of knew everything you needed to know, which is similar to what I'm doing with Commanders in Crisis. Like when you see Super Mechatron and he's talking about his Ascendant upgrades and the digital rapture, like, you know what his gimmick is. And if he comes back, great. But if not, like, the statement has been made. He's a clown robot that thinks that he's the Metatron. It's not super deep. It's fun. And sometimes that's what we toss out for B-level villains.
I'm not sure if that's a B-level villain. I need it to be an A-level villain because I'm already in love. I love me some villains, man. And I love me some mech. And there's a mech villain clown. And I need more of it already in my life. I need the shirts. I need the hats. I need shoes. I need more.
So you mentioned Commanders in Crisis, which is another kind of weird. I don't want to say weird. It's another kind of different look at this sort of superhero team kind of dynamic.
Sure.
And so what about superhero teams draws you to them? And you know, why are we so obsessed with the way you make them different?
Why?
Well, I can't answer that. Other than to say, I always try to do things that are different, which hasn't always made me the most successful creator sales wise, but I'm still here. And I mean that's what I like to hear from readers. And this is not me like, oh, who is Steve talking shit about in comics? I love so much of the work coming out right now. But sometimes I see something. I shouldn't say but even. And sometimes I see something and I'm like, that's amazing. And I could never do it. So I shouldn't try to do it. I should try to do what I can do. And often what I can do is a little bit out of the mainstream expectation. So like with Commanders in Crisis, yeah, I want to do a big event book. I want to do a big superhero world. Really inspired by what Gerard and I did with Milk Wars, which is the weirdest I ever got at DC. And with that in mind, like I wanted all the trappings of that, you know, like I wanted Crisis in Infinite Earths. We have all these characters, but also new characters introduced and arcs are wrapped up. I wanted a super compression that does, you know, as I said, I love the Silver Age. I was recently rereading, going way back to like Kirby and Lee, Fantastic Four, and so much happens. And that's what I want to offer people. And that is, again, like decompression works great so many times, and it can be an amazing storytelling tool. I will probably end up doing in other books, but with Commanders in Crisis, for, you know, comics are $4 or $5 now. I wanted people to get a ton of stuff every issue, new ideas they haven't seen before, and have their thoughts provoked rather than affirmed. You know, like I'm not. One thing I will say is I'm never someone, I'm not a sacred cow guy. I'm not really someone for nostalgia. I love the past, and there's a lot of homages, especially to creators past, but it's about pushing it forward. It's about evolving it. I would have not been sad if Dick Grayson was always Batman again after Final Crisis. And that's not to say we shouldn't have had like another line like Earth One where you could get your Bruce's Batman stories. But I like things to evolve and change. So, one thing I will say is that, yeah, like I do constantly want to try to do things that are different. You know, when I got into comics, the narratives weren't necessarily there to just pat you on the back and say the world when you were 7 years old was great. Can we go back there? Because guess what? That world probably wasn't great for everyone. So I am, if there is one thing, I'm trying to say, let's push story forward. Let's make you think about things in a new way. And by the way, let's, again, as I said before, have that come from you. In as many ways possible, I try not to talk down. I just try to put things out there and have readers think what they would think, because people don't, as I said, they don't like to be talked down to. Commanders in Crisis, that said, is not my most subtle book, but if you look outside the window or look at the news cycle, we're not in a subtle world right now. So that is somewhat intentional, because it is an unsubtle moment. The American Individuality Act was heavy satire when I started writing this book a year and a half ago, and now it seems like we could see it next week on the news. So what is satire? What is subtle in the present moment? I do not know.
No. Nick is here. He says, "Hey, thanks for being here." If we keep talking about, I think it's because we mentioned Crisis or Infinite Crisis a number of times. Nick is required to show up because it's, you know, Crisis
like
and Infinite Crisis are two of his favorites.
Every time. I don't know how he does it. It's like magic.
Yeah, it's like, you know,
Happened yesterday too.
Saying Bloody Mary or something. But so the last book I wanted to talk about, and then I know Jenna has pages of notes and questions.
Just one.
Let her get there. You know, let her do hers. Is a book that you worked with Nick on a little bit. The Shadow Batman.
Sure.
Crossover. So I am obsessed with the Shadow.
Me too. He's my favorite character.
I recently went through and like picked up as many of the original Will Eisner Shadow books as I could pick up. Or not Will, Golden Age Shadow. Sorry.
Yeah.
Spirit Shadow. I haven't had coffee, but
I have tea.
Yeah, I got to finish my monster and then my brain will start working. But what's it like working with a character working with two characters that have that much history and then putting them together?
Well, the thing about that, it does actually bring me back to what I had said before. Like, the Shadow is my favorite character, but I'm not a sacred cow guy. I love the stories with him set in the 30s and 20s and things like that. But something I realized when starting on this project between the two different editions is that, like, that's our job is to show new generations and new readers why we love a character. And the time period that he's originally set in, for some reason, the pulp characters are often thought of as not working in a modern context, when characters like Batman and Superman debuted only like a decade later. But, you know, Batman, it's not as though Batman is still wearing purple gloves and walking around in the 1930s. So it's a challenge to work with characters like the Shadow. And for me, loving something, just like in real life, doesn't mean you don't want it to change. So we wanted to find the core of the character, but then there was no question that in some way he was going to appear in the present, because we need to show new people why he's interesting, why these characters are vital. So we kept the core, and yeah, there was the challenge of going through and looking at what what didn't fit anymore. In the case of things like Orientalism, which we dropped in our run, like, I mean, the Shadow he's not the white guy that goes to the East and learns how to be great at hypnotism better than any of them. Like, we now Shambhala is this extra dimensional place that is not just in the quote Far East. There's entrances all over the world, you know, and it is a place where many bad people, like the Shadow was, learn to be better. So we wanted to remove things that were dated, and, you know, present him in a way that, if you had never learned about the Shadow or knew the Shadow before, you still got why he was cool. And I think that it's actually a boon to have Batman on board for that, because everybody knows, not everybody, but the vast majority of people in the world know who Batman is. So it's very easy to contrast and say who the Shadow is then when they're standing next to each other. So that's why when we kicked off Batman Shadow at DC, it was with that goal. We were going to, yes, say that all those other stories happened, but this was going to be in the present moment, and this was going to examine the similarities and differences, and show how both characters were vital. So for me, what's it like? It's an honor, it's a responsibility, but it's also a fun challenge, because like, it would have been easy to just do stories set in the 30s. But I really wanted to show people for whom that time period is completely unrelatable. I mean, if you're 20 years old now, you don't know, that's like learning about, that's like reading the Iliad to you, basically. So, like, which is fair. That was almost 90 years ago coming up. So the Shadow is going to be 100 very soon. So our job was to give a love letter to long-term fans, but also be welcoming to new fans. And that's the excitement. That's the biggest challenge. And look, you're not going to make everyone happy. I know there were people who were not weren't super psyched about the way Riley drew the Shadow's hat, for example. But we need to expand the base to make these characters, to give them a new life and revive them. So we certainly had to take a scalpel to some things. But, like I said before, the characters that these icons, people like the Shadow and Doc Savage influenced, have been allowed to change, grow, and evolve, and these characters should too. So we do it with love, we do it with hope. At least that's the goal.
Well, and I just want to shout out Riley Rossimo. Was one of the greatest going. Like, I love Riley, great dude, super killer artist. We don't get to hang out because of COVID. I haven't got to see him in like 2 years. It's the longest I've ever gone without a Riley Rossimo commission.
Are you in Calgary?
No, I go to Canada for Toronto and a couple other shows. I'm
right on.
An hour from Canada, so.
Oh, word.
That's not fair. You're just showing off, Kyle. You're showing off.
Well, it's
because I'm in South Texas.
A little bit.
The border is like 2 hours that way. So.
All right, Jenna. I know you had stuff you wanted to ask Steve.
I do.
Because we could get more into the weeds, he and I. But why don't you go ahead and?
All right. So, actually, my brother had a question for you when I was doing the research on your stuff. He wants to know, do you like writing for a pre-existing character, or do you like writing for a newer character that you created more? Like, what is the sort of like? How does the process for you to write for each of these characters differ?
Yeah, I mean, we hit on that a little bit earlier. Like, they're different. I don't think I like one more than the other. You kind of need to do both to keep yourself fresh.
Yeah.
But how does it differ? Is an easy answer. Like, I mean, you're not building on anything when you're doing an original. You're building the foundation. When you're doing an established character, you're putting an addition on the house. And it is very different, because once you're building, if you're putting on an addition, you kind of want it to match, and sort of what you can do, what you can't do, what you can push, what you can't push, and there are rules. There are narrative rules, not rules, not legal rules. And so in some ways that's easier, because folks know broadly, when you know what the core of Batman is, you know what a Batman story is, and you can stretch that and you can challenge it, but you don't have to figure it out from whole cloth. When you're creating original, you're not just building the foundation, you're building the physics of the story, the world. So it's, like I said, it's very different. In some ways, it's easier working on established characters, because, again, you know broadly what a character is about. But then it's also harder, because then how do you do something new and thought-provoking when there are hundreds and hundreds of stories with these characters that have been told? So they're very challenging in both ways. It's not an easy job, and if you think it is, then you're probably not taking it seriously enough. For folks, when you do something that people are going to pay money for, it should be hard. But one is not better or more interesting than the other. I think you need to constantly challenge yourself in both ways.
So you kind of like going back and forth between doing both then. Is that what it is?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. And then, so another one is, so my niece, she's 15. She absolutely adores some of the stuff that you've been doing. When she found out, what'd she read? The English script for the Mercy trailer. And me and her just started like squeeing really loud, because we love that series. Like, that's just something me and her like really like come down to, and it's just, we had so much fun. Anyways, she was like, well, what else would he be doing? And so I tried to phrase that as a question that I could ask you. What would you be doing if you weren't doing comics?
I was a wine and spirit specialist for 10 years before comics.
Okay.
So I would, and I like that world a lot. I'm a big culture person, and there's like no greater connection, I think, maybe music, but food and culture are so intrinsically linked. Yeah. I would probably go back to that. I mean, one of my idols is Anthony Bourdain. Oh. That is a world I would love to go back to someday. However, I'm happy to be a spectator in it, because restaurant life is extremely grueling, and I have immense respect for anyone who's in it. So I say that, but also, like, I'm a coward and a weakling, so I don't know how long I've taken in that world.
I spent many years as a waitress at Denny's overnight. You have to be very hard. Yeah,
so Denny's is where I started writing comics, actually. I was so frequent at the central New York Denny's I would go to, because I'd work my day job, and then I would go to Denny's at like 10 or 11 and be there till like 5 a.m.
Hey.
But I was so frequent there that eventually my free refills of coffee just rolled over into free coffee.
Yeah, we do that. We do that to the regulars. But yeah, so restaurant business is it made me hard enough that I actually ended up working security in downtown.
Sure.
Work on the docks. So yeah, the restaurant business can be what's the best word? Fun.
See, this is the next book. Now that unfortunately Anthony's no longer with us, someone has to make comic books about food.
Ooh.
We need follow-ups to, maybe
Yes.
that's the crossover, right? Steve Orlando's take on that.
Well, I mean, stay tuned if I get a chance in the future. But I will say, I do always try to have food and communal moments in most of my books. So because it's, so much comes from that. There's so much about meeting around a table. I love and joke about the Fast and Furious franchise so often, but there is something to the fact that it's $1 billion franchise that always ends with found family meeting around a barbecue or a meal or something.
That happens in real life. I mean, that's just...
Well, that's convention family too, that's the thing I miss about conventions, is going out with the random people I only ever see at conventions.
Yeah.
And getting terrible people.
I don't like to gather around the food in the green room, but that's because I just don't eat Fritos. But yes, after the con, absolutely, 100%. So many people that you don't see because we're not traveling as much anymore. It is really wild. I have like and then the other joke about that is, well, I mean, the year before COVID, I did 30 conventions, which is too many.
Oh, wow.
And I got so well known at the Philadelphia Airport wine bar that I started to look. I knew what my order was because I always had layovers there. I was like, this is too much. Like we need to dial it back. This little like wine and cheese plate is not that good. But anyway, no, it is like there is something to that. The thing I missed most during the pandemic was being able to cook for friends and meet over those. Like there is such an exchange of culture there. So I try to put those things in my books as often as I can. But doing a real book about it would be a dream. So we hope someday we could. And inventing my own food culture would be very exciting. If I should have done more of that in Martian Manhunter. I was focusing on their social norms and like their alien bar mitzvah was my favorite thing that I created there. But I should have looked into their eating more too. So maybe
the only reference I have is from the Supergirl TV show where it's brown water. You know, when they're referencing coffee and hot cocoa.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
It's the only time I've ever heard John Jones talk about food. Now that I think about it.
Well, I mean, he loves Oreos. That's the big thing. And so I did have his part. I did have Mead bringing him an Oreo Choco for legal reasons, crust pie. Oh, I'm lying, actually. I did have a whole scene that was fixated around Diane Mead using her hangover cure, which is a fried peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Oh.
Does that work?
Wait, what kind of jelly?
Should we start testing?
You'd have to ask Riley. He's Canadian. No, it was. I think there's bacon in it too. The secret is that was my father's best man's hangover cure from Central New York in the 1970s. But no, she definitely makes that for the real John Jones when they go out and get lit after they crack a big case.
Oh my
God! So it does. I did because Riley and I.
Kyle, I'm going to try it with grape jelly. You can try it with strawberry. We'll meet back here in about 2 hours.
Well, you'll notice that Riley and I always have a food scene and always have a food hidden the floor scene, like in Batman Shadow. When that nice nurse, when the nice aide at Arkham gets killed, like the house special domain hits the floor in extreme detail, and that's mostly because I like to torture Riley and be like, here's this very complicated food. Now you have to not only draw it, but it's blowing up. I'll see you in a week.
Okay, whew, I loved it. Like I need to know if that actually works, and I need to try that now. That sounds super Southern. How did I never think of this?
Well, my father's best man is from Louisville, so.
Okay, well,
that's Southern Midwest.
I get it now.
That makes more sense.
What I do is I do a French toast grilled cheese sandwich. Yeah,
I mean, I was gonna say, if you want me to reveal my secrets live on air, I mean, I live in Boston. And there's a place here that will make you a fried chicken mac and cheese burrito.
Yes, we have a truck that makes something like that here.
It's also got pickles and bacon in it, and it's just like it will absorb anything in your stomach, and then become a diamond because there's no fiber in it. But you will be all set.
My answer to that was if you stop drinking long enough to get hungover, you've done it wrong. So.
You went to college.
Yeah, well, it's true. No, so Jenna, what else?
We had very different experiences in college, Kyle. Me and you had very.
Well, you got to remember, when I was in college, I was also working for Capitol Records, so it was a weird time.
I was on scholarship studying math in a library on whiteboards, trying not to cry.
No. I went to college because it was close to the bars.
Mine was it was just straight up like, I think I lived in the library for at least the last 6 months of college. I was like, no, I live here. See my beanbag? This is my room now. It's not the library's, it's mine now. I live here. So I had a question. Do you like video games?
This is a boring answer, but they're not really my thing. I can't lie to you. My boyfriend is big into them. I will sit next to him and read while he's playing them. That said, I do always play the new Mortal Kombat when it comes out, and I just I finished Aftermath last year.
Okay.
And by the way, shout out to Sean Kittleson, who's a comic writer, but also mostly writes for NetherRealm. Like he did the Injustice story, he did Mortal Kombat 10, and also 11. And I'm shocked actually by how fun the story of those games are. And and the funny thing is too, like this will tell you how long it's been since I played a video game. Like I love the way that you basically are just playing the fights in a movie now in those games.
Yeah.
Because when I was a kid, I was a fighting game guy, but you basically just had to read the story from the back of the game. So I love the story modes of those things now because you're basically just watching a movie. You don't pick a character, you play whoever is, in the fight at the moment. And so it's like my favorite thing now. That's how Injustice 2 was, and I loved it. And MK11, MK Aftermath the same way. But I was really surprised, like, the stories themselves are really tight. I shouldn't be surprised because Sean is a great writer, but I hadn't played a game in so long, and I was like, this is really tight. It's really fun. And for Mortal Kombat, it's brutal, but also, like, it's surprisingly introspective now for 20 years on, and you have, like, old Johnny Cage meeting young douchebag Johnny Cage. I was really, really happy with it. And I'm impressed by gaming, but I find myself often personally impatient with it. So I'm just as happy to sit and like read something on my pad or my endless reading list of books that I don't have time for while my boyfriend is actually playing those things. And he's a Xenoblade guy, to answer your question.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the Injustice and Mortal Kombat, especially both the Injustices, depending on whoever I played, was a completely different ending. And I love how that spawned its own huge comic universe of just I loved it. I had so much fun reading it, so much fun playing it. Somebody actually tried. So there's a fan page on YouTube where they animated some of it to sort of make it look almost like it was a series. And I'm like, that's not fair. All the talent, man. I love it.
I think it's actually getting an animated adaptation. I may have seen that news in the past 2 weeks.
I feel like there was a rumor. I just hadn't heard if it was like confirmed or not. So I always I wait. I'm like, I'm gonna wait. I'll wait and see.
I'm with you. I made mine Marvel, my friends. So I'm sure what's going on there.
So you're definitely ready as much as I am for it then.
Oh hell yeah.
Yes. We'll have to figure out some sort of party where it's like all of us just like watching it, so you can hear all of us be like, ooh. And like ahs, all of that. Yeah, definitely. And we'll all have our own food bowls. Just it'll be so much fun to do that. I can't wait.
I'd be happy.
Hopefully your food comic doesn't end up how my family does. Every time we have food together, it's always somebody throwing food at each other. So I mean, there's nieces and nephews.
What happens is like the majority of my living family is on the Italian side, so they don't know the difference between protein and carb.
Yeah.
Like everything is so. I just had to stop myself from swearing because I don't know the rating on this. Everything is so damn salty. Like we go and there's so much of it. Like I come back and I have to like drink extra water for like 2 weeks after Thanksgiving and only eat like rice crackers because like on the half hour my aunt will offer me lasagna or a kielbasa. And I'm just like, I'm exhausted. Like I'm tired from putting the stuff in my mouth so much. Something I rarely say, by the way, if you've seen my Twitter. And like, and it's like a marathon. And that's what happens there. So there's no throwing because you'd probably be thrown out of the damn family if you wasted food.
Yeah, my whole family's
like, how much can you fit in?
Yeah,
but
my whole family's Cajuns. We have like the gumbo and the rice. And then you'll have like the little kids. So I've got 17 nieces and nephews that range from 15 to 1.5. And so they try to just out eat each other. And then when somebody steals their boudin ball or their boudin link or the sausage, there's going to be something thrown. And usually it's silverware with food on it, which leads to more food being thrown. So it's yeah.
Wait, so boudin, are you guys
boudin
Creole?
Yes.
Oh my God!
Half my family's Creole, yeah.
I've been like waiting to order these some of those sausages from a couple places because I secretly really love. Not secretly, I'm telling you now. I really, really like alligator, and almost
my God.
every place that sells alligator
come on down.
Also, I mean, I order it to my house here because it's not like we have many like native alligators in Boston. But it's a super healthy protein, and but almost every place also
It's not healthy here.
sells those sausages. Well, the sausages aren't great, but the alligator, well, it depends what you do to it. But on the whole, like on its own, it's very low fat, very high protein. Yeah, when you butter it up and fry it, obviously things go wrong.
We have these deep fried boudin balls that you put sausage and other like shrimp and stuff in it, and it's just like so I don't know what it is. I can't taste spicy at all. Like I've tried every challenge they have here in South Texas. I can't taste spicy. So what we have is there's this place over in Galveston, about an hour away over on the coast, where they make these boudin balls. It was they moved here after Katrina, and what they do is they call them Jenna's Tabasco balls. Okay. So they make them with extra Tabasco and bell peppers, and then when they feed it to me, it's Creole sauce with extra, Creole. So, and it's got gator in it, it's got shrimp in it, it's boudin, it's all of it, and it's deep fried.
All right. I gotta ask this question.
Sure.
Gotta ask this question. Is that you said 30 was too many conventions? Is there a convention that it will forever be on your list because of the food?
Oh yeah.
That you got to go back to that convention specifically because of where you eat.
So there's a couple answers. One of them actually. So there and some of them are surprising. Like so, I mentioned Calgary. Calgary ended up being a city that I loved the food in because it's basically the Dallas of Canada. Like it's a ranching city, and I mean, if you're vegetarian, it is not for you, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like the meat there was amazing because it was like from a mile away. Everything was so fresh, everything was so tasty, and the setting is gorgeous too. Like there's a lot of really cool restaurants. Riley and I actually went to this place. I can't remember the name of it, but it's in a former haunted hotel. And they do like a pre-fee tasting menu and stuff there. So I actually loved the food in Calgary. I would gladly go back. And again, your mileage may vary. What else is? I personally also really love Cuban food, so it's hard for me to turn down MegaCon, not just because it also is my last name. Although I did this year because it's my birthday weekend. But and then also, I mean, I also just love Philadelphia. And again, it depends what you like, but I love Scrapple. I love those like amazing breakfast sandwiches in the South Jersey, Philadelphia area. Pardon me. And my friend and I actually went to the steak place that's in the movie Creed, which is in North Philly.
Ooh.
And like, it is not fine dining, but it was one of the, I mean, it's so amazing and so fresh. That was the thing. Like we went in, cause the one in the movie that Donnie and Tessa Thompson, I can't remember her character's name, go to is a real place called Max's Steaks. And when you go in, like I didn't get service for like 10 minutes. I was like, what's going on? A line is building and things like that. And then I realized that they wait until there's enough people that they can make 10 fresh sandwiches. And so nothing is sitting around. So they waited till there was like 10 people and then they banged us all out immediately. So we all got like a grill fresh sandwich. Which, by the way, something you'll find, in case you couldn't tell my personality, I like it. I hate, I can never back down from a challenge. So she was like, "Are you want to back the hole?" I was like, obviously a hole. Why are you even asking? And that shit, it was like, I can't even show you on my screen. It was the biggest baguette I've ever seen. But I had to eat the whole thing. It ended up being like almost 2.5 feet of sandwich.
Don't let the sandwich beat you.
Well, but that's the thing. Like, then we walk in the back and they have boozy milkshakes and smoothies. And I was like, I don't want that crap. But then as I'm eating through this thing, I'm like, no, I absolutely need it. The same thing happened to me in Nashville, where they have these things called Bushwhackers, which is basically a chocolate and vanilla milkshake with bourbon in it. And so I went to Prince's Hot Chicken. And of course, they were like, "You want the extra? You want what hotness level do you want?" And I was like, "What the hottest? Like, why are you even asking?" And then to make it worse, they were like, "Oh, it's really hot, honey." I was like, "Yeah, let's double down. I'll take 2. So let's roll." And I did eat it, but then after eating that, I was like, "Yeah, the only thing I want right now, because I hadn't had a vegetable in like 3 days." And I was like, the only thing I want right now is a milkshake full of booze. So, but yeah, Philly.
Welcome to the South.
I know. Well, yes. I don't know how people don't die at 30 of a heart attack there, but the food is amazing. And so yeah, Philly was a great, great food city as well. Depending on, for me, like it's very, again, I was talking about food and culture, and like at a place like Max's, people just seem very proud of what they do. They only do one or two things, but it's all great. And it feels like you're part of history when you're going there.
That is
So
in
Calgary, was it the Fairmont Palisade?
No, I would actually probably recognize the name if you said it, but that was not it. I ate I had a lot of good places there, but the two places that had tasting menus were the Haunted Place that I can't remember, that Riley would remember. And then I believe there's a place called the River Cafe or something like that. And it was a restaurant on a little island in the middle of that river that runs through the city. And it was also super, super gorgeous.
My sources are telling me the other big one is the Hose and Hound.
That sounds like a place I would have to.
Those are the two most haunted restaurants in Calgary, according to them. So
okay.
I should also shout out Orlando for the gay bar called Southern Nights. I'm originally from New York, and then I went to Boston. Like I'm a Northeast guy, and we go there with my friend Mike Pero, who you might know is a massive gay bear wrestler. He's like 6'4", 380. Great dude. And he's like, "Oh, we'll take you out, Orlando," because he's originally from up by me. And we go to Southern Nights, and they're like, "Oh, it's $25 to get in." I was like, $25? That's the biggest fucking cover I've ever heard. Fuck you, man. And they're like, "Oh, no, it's not a cover. It's $25 all you can drink."
Yeah.
And I realized, I'm in Florida. So
I feel like I've heard that one. I think my brother was talking about that before when he was stationed over there. He was like, "Yeah, so if you ever go there, you go there now." And I'm like, "I can't go there now. I'm working."
Well, shout out to Southern Night. I didn't die, and then I drank all I could drink, and then I went out to the parking lot. Some guy was selling sausages on a grill, and it felt too almost in gimmick, but I still had to buy one. So.
Oh yeah.
That's street food after an all you can drink bar is the way to go.
I think that's why I love Houston. We have so many of them. And then there's a whole town of taco trucks where you got like a waffle cone with chicken in it with just like sprayed little butter and syrup with a little bit of jalapenos. Perfect.
Well, I'm gonna piss off the Texan in the room here, but I will say I did a show in Dallas and I went to Pappas Brothers, and it was some of the better steak I'd ever had until I went to Calgary. So I'm very sorry it's number 2 now, but it was.
That's fine. That's fine. You were in Dallas, you weren't in Houston. So.
And I also like that just there was. I'm not vegetarian, so but even things that appear to be vegetarian on that menu either had surprise bacon or just surprise meat in it. I ordered scallops. And it was there was
the bacon.
The bacon is silent. It just showed up. And so it was wild. I had a good time there.
So all right, we only have a couple minutes left. So something I didn't bring up earlier because I wanted to bring it up later, and we're running out of time. Is you also have a piece in Marvel's Voices Pride #1 that comes out in 2 weeks.
Yes.
The anthology. And you can tell us whatever you want about that. But I just wanted to ask the question: how does it make you feel as a member of the LGBTQ community that both major publishers finally, for the first time, are putting out Pride anthologies?
It's exciting. I think it's funny that a lot of us are in both of them. There's plenty of us to go around, but I'm also not going to say no because the stories I'm telling, at least, are very, very different. I think it's a big moment, and I'm excited to be part of it. The challenge for me is that we want to do things that are different and new. So, with the character that you'll meet, I'm going to try to speed around these things. We only have a couple of minutes, but with the character you'll meet in Marvel Voices Pride, I do think is a truly new type of character, something that allows us to comment on elders within any marginalized community. In this book, it's the mutant community and the gay community, but so many of our things are lodged in the present. I took advantage of the fact that Krakoa is utopia to sort of analyze how folks who didn't have that privilege would look at that within the Marvel universe. Conversely, how someone, living in a relatively closeted era would look at the present moment. So I truly think we're doing something new with that character, and I'm excited for you all to meet him.
Awesome.
Yep.
Awesome. That's a great pitch for that book too. Hey, there's a new character. I see it. So where can people find you? Where can people support your work?
Well, support my work in comic shops, anywhere comics are sold. I'm at the Steve Orlando on Twitter and Instagram.
Perfect. And then is there anything that you want to, other than the books we've mentioned, kind of shout out to people to be looking out for coming up?
Yeah, I mean, it's Pride Month. So if you haven't, if you're unaware of it, my book Kill a Man from Aftershock, one of my favorite things I've ever done. It's an LGBTQ plus mixed martial arts book that I wrote with Philip Kennedy Johnson. Incredibly proud of that. Looking forward, my friend Steve Fox and I are launching Aftershock's young adult imprint, Seismic, with a book called Rainbow Bridge. It's a tearjerker fantasy about the chance to have one last adventure with a pet after you lose them. What if the Rainbow Bridge was a Bifrost? That is the pitch. So please check that out. Keep an eye on October, where an unannounced book from me and Fox is going to be the polar opposite of that for Day of Silence. It is a gay slasher book. And I'm just going to say as well, keep an eye on me and Marvel. I can't say more about that. And also, I'm doing King Grimlock at IDW. It is Grimlock as Conan, and it's just going to be one of the most fun books I've ever done. So get after that. And Jenna, speed round me one more question before we get off.
Speed round. What is your favorite indie book that you're reading right now? Go.
My favorite indie book that I'm reading right now?
Go.
Oh, man. God. It's not super new, but Dodge City that Josh Trujillo wrote. So go check that out. And it's out there.
We will find it. Knowing us, we will read it.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you, Steve. This has been lovely. I look forward to Rainbow Bridge more than maybe I should, as someone whose other job is to sell it. So I may wind up keeping more copies than I sell. So
that always happens.
We will definitely be in touch about that. But thank you so much for being here and being a part of this, and giving us some of your time.
It's my
pleasure. I really hope I didn't gush too much.
It's the perfect amount. Thank you, guys. I would happily come and talk to you again anytime. Thank you.
Yay.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, guys. We will be back in just a minute here on The Experience with Jeremy Holt, writer of Made in Korea, who you may have met just a couple weeks ago when they talked to Miss Jen. But they will be talking to Krista and Jenna, as well as I need to step away for a moment to, run things. So we will be back in just a couple minutes here on The Experience.
The Experience. We're in our hour 3 of day 2 for Pride, and we've got some awesome guests. So we are actually going to have Krista coming in, who's going to be posting with me. Hi, welcome back.
Hi, it's good to see you again. I missed you.
It's the hair, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Right. And then, so actually, in this hour, we're going to be talking to somebody super awesome. Just had a book called Made in Korea. Just came out this last week. We want to welcome Jeremy Holt, please.
Hey!
It's good to see you again. Haven't seen you in a couple of weeks. I'm the face behind when you talked to Miss Jen the last time.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I'm the one who gave her all the info. So,
and I'm
great to
super
you.
excited to meet you, Jeremy. I just read Made in Korea and I freaking love it. It's amazing.
Nice.
So I'm excited to talk to you.
Yes.
I'm excited to answer any questions and have a chat.
Awesome. So I'm going to let Krista take it over for a little bit.
Okay, great. I love chatting. When I did my interview a couple hours ago, this question was asked to me, and I'm going to ask you, Jeremy, what is your origin story?
Okay, origin story. My origin story starts in 2008. I was living in New York at the time. This was around the Wall Street crash. I was living in an apartment in the West Village that I couldn't afford. I was broke, and I decided to just stay in because I didn't have any other options. So I started writing. And this was around the time that I fell into reading comics pretty heavily. So I was reading a lot of Vertigo titles and a lot of Image titles, actually. And I started developing what I thought would be the most amazing zombie comic, not realizing that that whole genre is pretty flooded. But yeah, so I started writing then and going to conventions and networking. And I started signing up as a press person because I was writing reviews for an entertainment website for a friend of mine's site out in LA. So that's how I got to meet creators one-on-one. And yeah, just from there, I just kind of self-taught myself.
Nice. So you were going to Midtown Comics?
I was actually going to Forbidden Planet in Union Square.
Okay, I definitely have been there too. I love New York. What sorts of comics did you gravitate towards? You said that you were reading Vertigo and Image. What were some of the beginning ones where you're like, whoa, this is really cool?
So the book that got me really into reading them was so I went to go visit my oldest brother who lives in Connecticut, and he was actually a big comic book collector when I was a kid. And so we went to a coffee shop, and he just said, hey, do you want to read some old comics? So he gave me Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns. And that book just opened my eyes to where comics are. Well, when I read it, I was like, oh, my God, this is where comics are? And he said, that's like 20 years old.
Right.
So I was like, oh, my God. So I went to Forbidden Planet, and I was like, what are people reading? And so I started reading Scalped and Transmet and Preacher and Young Liars. And when I read Why the Last Man, that was the series that just sparked this, creative epiphany. And I was like, I have to do this. And so, yeah, from there, I just kind of tried to model my career after Brian K. Vaughan. Had
you written stuff before, or you're like, I'm so inspired, I'm going to do this?
I hadn't written anything before. I did go to art school. I went to film school, and I was working as a sound designer at a small studio in Soho for a bit, but it just wasn't a career for me. But I had never really pursued anything writing-wise. So I did look up script formats. I found Jason Aaron's script format. I found Joshua Dysert's script format, two people who have become friends of mine now, which is kind of awesome. And seeing how they formatted their stories and then comparing it to the actual comic pages, I started to basically deconstruct how they were working. And I basically took both their formats and made an amalgam that worked for me. And that's the format I've been using ever since. Right.
And, the screenplays and scripts for comics are very similar in that you have to describe what's going on in each scene. When I write comics, I tend to follow like a screenplay form. So that's very cool. I love that. So Made in Korea, let's talk about this because you should be very proud. Not that I need to tell you, but this is a phenomenal comic. And I want to talk about some of the things that you're really touching on, especially with the notion of identity. I think identity, especially now that things are really starting to shift, that, your comic is very much about identity. And I want you to just really talk about that because I want to hear from you and then I want to ask some questions regarding that.
Sure.
I'm obsessed with the book, by the way.
Identity is definitely a theme that runs throughout all my books, with the exception of my book Skip to the End, maybe. As a transracial adoptee, I've thought about my identity at length as far back as I can remember. Sharing an identity with my triplet brothers, I'm an identical triplet, has always forced me to try to find my own path. And I didn't really explore identity as heavily as I have in the last few years. It was a long journey to unpack being Asian American, being raised by white people. Half my immediate family are white. For the first 6 or 7 years, I was writing the white male savior story, and I realized I was doing that because A, I kind of viewed myself as white, and B, I thought it was a more accessible way to attract readers. And I didn't actually find a whole lot of publishing success doing that. And then in 2017, when I came out as non-binary, I reviewed all of my work, past and present and future, and I just scrubbed all of the whiteness and infused color, because I realized I'm in this unique position to authentically speak about the experience of being a POC. And from there, it was like multiple narrative doors open that were otherwise locked. And it sort of gave me permission to weave my personal narratives into my stories.
That, and just in reading the text and reading your comic, having stories play out in Korea and in Conroe, Texas, which I was actually in Conroe yesterday.
Oh, nice.
I live in Houston, and I went to a baby shower up there. So when I saw that, when I read it, I was like, oh my gosh, I was probably in this subdivision. So it's so interesting because you have these two stories playing out simultaneously in Korea and the United States. And I think that must be playing out within them, like these two narratives, and trying to make sense of that and bringing it together in a story. When you're talking about these white savior, and seeing yourself as white, like when that shift happened, how did that make you feel when you were like, I'm really not this that I thought that I was, I'm something else? I mean, how did that sort of make you feel or come about? It
was very disorienting, and in a lot of ways it still is. I mean, the Asian American diaspora is very real, and we feel on the fringe of two very specific identities, Asian and American. We don't belong to either. We're not one or the other. So initially, I think I shied away from it because I really, for a long time, didn't view myself as Asian, which is weird to think about. But I've met other Korean adoptees that have had very similar experiences. And I specifically wanted to write Made in Korea in two distinctly different locations, because I wanted to provide that feeling of the diaspora, of this character coming from a very specific place, growing up in a very different place. And I think that the heart of the story is about adoption. And I've long believed that every good AI narrative is rooted in an adoption story. I just haven't seen anyone tackle that directly. And I thought that I was in this, again, unique position to do it authentically. And I actually finished the last 2 years of high school in Texas, in Montgomery. So that's why I ended up.
Hey, I used to go out there for bike rallies every weekend. I think this is we got 3 adoptees here, so we've got different perspectives of how that definitely goes. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because definitely it was really hard. So I was up until I was about 9. I was in Russia and very Jewish, and then I was brought over here and adopted by the different side of my family, grandparents that didn't really know how to deal with any of that. So feeling the identity with the crisis and all that really spoke to me. Sorry, I absolutely loved it. I love your comic.
That's great. I mean, that's really, I want the adoption experience to be a bit more universal. I don't think it's just about Korean adoptees, even though that was it was such an industry for multiple generations in the late 20th century. So, that's wild, being adopted older. That must have been an experience.
Well, and, I mean, this is crazy because I'm adopted too. I mean, this is just like the adoption panel, right?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking because because I remember yours, and then we talked a little for a minute earlier, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is like the craziest moment.
And it's something that, I was adopted from birth, and my parents went through a lawyer. So I always tell everyone they paid a lot of money for me. And my brother is also adopted, but we are not blood related, and he is in prison, and I'm like a criminal justice officer. So it's a very bizarre story. Yeah.
Like we've got every flip coin right here on one screen.
That's really interesting because for me, I found out maybe a decade ago that for the first year of my life, we were adopted at about age 1. For the first year of my life, I was by myself. So if you were to look at photos of us, my brothers are very much two peas in a pod. They like looking the same. They're both cis hetero men. And so when people look at me, sometimes they don't think we're triplets. So, but I just think that it's very interesting that because of the first year of my life, I was very much by myself. I've spent most of my life just being comfortable on my own. Like I have 2 triplet brothers, but I don't feel profoundly connected to them the way they feel connected to each other. I think that it is very interesting that the experiences infants can have that can really shape the rest of their lives.
Yeah. I agree with you. And, when I, growing up as adoptees, at least we're always told you should be grateful. Your parents love you. And your parents loved you so much they gave you up. You're really a part of this family because they love you so much. And that, even as babies, like that's trauma. And I think people don't talk about that because they think, well, what can a baby know? Well, they know a lot. They know that they've been in this person for 9 months and have gotten used to that person, their smell, their voice, and then all of a sudden that person isn't there anymore. Absolutely. And, I think I heard a quote somewhere that adoptees are the only people who are told that they should be grateful for their trauma.
Yeah.
That's
wow.
I've heard that.
It's like and so framing adoption as sort of a traumatic event is usually never done. And when I started reading about that, I was like, that blew my mind. And then I have since found my biological parents, which that's a trip.
Yeah.
And, my mom is like in LA and she's an actress. And it's crazy.
So when you met them, can you tell who you look more like? I think most adoptees, that's what they're fixated on, is the resemblance.
And that's the thing, because for a long time I didn't look like anybody. Or when, people would say about my adoptive parents, oh, you have your dad's eyes. Or I'm like, what?
How? My dad is white.
Yeah,
it's crazy. Literally said, "You look like your dad." I'm like, "My dad's German." What?
Yeah,
you're really trying here.
Yeah, I know. It's like people feel the need to say that, but when I definitely look more like my biological father, but I have my mom's personality. It is bizarre. So this really hit home for me because I have not read. You read a lot of comics where people are orphans, like their parents are dead, whether it's Peter Parker or Bruce Wayne, but having this sort of adoption narrative, that was the first time I'd really seen it in a really sort of interesting way, So thank you for sharing that personal experience with the world. I think that it's really important, know?
It was... It took a few years to finally lean into this, to step into some of my personal truths that I assumed that people didn't want to read about. And then I just started to learn that the more I write authentically, the more it has resonated with readers. And I think the first instance of that truly was with a graphic novel I did through Comixology Originals last summer called Virtually Yours, which is my homage to the rom-com genre. And I included some very personal life experiences that happened to me within that story. And when I was doing interviews, people ask, why did you include a domestic violence storyline into a romantic comedy? And I said, because that happened to me. And I think it's important to show that, men or, people identifying as male can be abused just like anybody else. And I think that it's a conversation worth having. And to me, Virtually Yours was this opportunity to examine relationships, romantic relationships, but specifically outside of that honeymoon bubble, because that's where most of us live. Like sometimes we'll get access to that honeymoon bubble and it's amazing, but it's fleeting at best. And I wanted to focus on what it's like to not fall in love, but what it's like to survive falling out of love. And that book, was really well received. And then I was developing and writing Made in Korea at the time, and I just kind of leaned harder into that as I pressed forward with the scripts.
I think that that's really important too, Jeremy, because, my sort of area, one of my areas of expertise is justice involved women. And a lot of times we talk about victimization and intimate partner violence, and we're getting more into talking about how that sort of violence knows no gender, knows no color. It happens to anyone. And the notion that people who identify as male or identify as non-binary or who are gay and lesbian can also experience that, because IPV is really thought of as this heteronormative experience. And if it happens between two women, it's not that, serious. Yeah. If it happens between two men, they're just duking it out. How could they even hurt each other? And it's really a serious problem, especially with people who identify as male. They don't have resources. A lot of the resources are for women.
Yeah, for me, I definitely minimized it for many years. And when I finally just was enough is enough, I remember talking about it with a friend of mine, and I described this incident where my ex-wife, I'd fallen asleep and she hit me in the face to wake me up, and I denied it for a while. I was like, "Wow, that didn't happen." And then I mentioned to a friend, and his instinctual response was, "Well, how hard can women hit?"
Right.
And it's like that is like where the mentality around all of this is, and it's super problematic.
Yeah.
Right. Or on the flip side, well, what did you do to make her do that? And it's like, hey, just don't hit people. Isn't
that something we're taught in what is
kindergarten?
Grade school? Thank you.
Oh yes.
That is something that we're supposed to be taught then. I've actually built a whole community out in Athens, Texas, because it happened to my brother, and they know they can call me. There's about 1,000 people who live in that town. It's 4 hours away, but every single one of them have my phone number in their phones or in their bathroom, from the community college to the Walmart bathroom. If they're ever in trouble, any of the guys there or anybody part of the the LGBTQ, they can call me, and they do.
That's amazing.
So it's gotten really rare because they know I come down and fight. Yeah. I don't just come down and take them. I come down there and I take care of it.
That's awesome. Because
I grew up on a 2,000-acre ranch. Oh. We had buffalo, we had horses, we had chickens. Oh, chickens! Chickens are mean. Chickens they're little T-Rexes. They're mean. They're dinosaurs, and I hate them.
They are mean.
But anyways, that got me to where I am, now. I will go up there, and if it's a dude that's hitting another dude because of something they can't control because they know who they are, I'm going to take care of it.
Yeah,
I do.
This is something I've been exploring, and I don't touch upon it too much in Made in Korea, but a little bit. But I've just been examining toxic masculinity and the spectrum that it exists on. And, I've been looking at, the correlations between, say, someone like Anthony Bourdain and Dylan Roof. I see correlations because these are both white males between the ages of 25 and 55. Suicide rates are very high for that demographic. I found that very interesting. I want to know why. And what I've come to understand is that there are these false narratives being spread about masculinity, which is, Dylan Roof committed an act of violence because he was isolated from his peers. He was isolated from women specifically. Same narrative was pitched for Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris of the Columbine Massacre. And this is a narrative that keeps getting pitched. And the thing is that I don't believe that's actually true. What I see happening is that men are isolated from other men. And I remember when I was a kid, in like 3rd grade, I had a best friend. And we used to say I love you to each other all the time. And we had fights, and we'd make up, and we'd emote. And then when you get to adolescence, then the homophobia kicks in, and then the boys are immediately emotionally separated. Right. And they're never challenged on trying to be more open emotionally. And when I moved a lot as a kid, my parents were very open to my sisters keeping in touch with friends when we'd move, but the boys were like, oh, you'll make new friends. And boys are viewed as kind of interchangeable. And when you become an adult, then you're just hanging out with other emotionally stunted men who talk about the same 3 things. And it's a profound isolation. And I think that is the commonality between someone like Bourdain, who committed suicide, and Dylan Roof, who commits the act of murder, is this isolation and not being able to connect with other males. So that's something I definitely did a ton of research on and wanted to try to explore it as best I could with Made in Korea, because there is a part of the storyline that features that.
I think that is a very important discussion to have, because I've also thought about that too. I mean, being in the criminal justice field, and people always want to talk about, school shooters and mass shooting, and, why is this happening? Is it mental illness? And to me, it's this notion of telling men that you have to be a certain way, that women need to respond to you this way. If they don't, you're losers, that you need to earn a living and provide. If you don't, you're a loser. All of these sorts of things that we hold up as like, this is what masculinity looks like. And if you don't achieve it, you're a loser. And then that promotes such anger, such anger as a response. And because men in general are socialized to externalize their anger, that's what this violence is. Whereas women, we internalize it. We get stressed.
You shove it down until it blows up.
Yeah.
For me, I just blow it up. I'm like, nah, I'm not going to shove it down. Let's do this.
That's awesome.
Medicate. Whereas, men, if they're upset, they either fight it out with each other or go, and I think that it's something that we really need to examine, that those white middle class heteronormative gender role expectations are completely unobtainable, unrealistic, and it's causing a lot of people to do really devastating things. So
depression, anxiety, all of it. It's just
I just think the gender binary puts us in boxes, that the boxes have so many pitfalls within them, and people don't think about this, and it's in a lot of ways impossible to get out of. So for me, when realizing my gender identity, exploring that, it's this continuing exploration, has just given me the permission to just be whoever I want. I don't have to be this, I don't have to be that. And I just wish more people could view it that way, because as you said, Krista, it's very problematic, and it is ultimately damaging.
Yeah.
Everybody assigns gender roles. They see that you're this gender and they expect something. So we have this big problem with my husband's family where they're like, oh, your wife makes more money than you. What kind of man are you? And it's just like, dude, who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares?
But
who cares? None of it matters.
It's so ingrained, and it's almost as if you don't fit into those expectations, you could be invisible. Because I know that when I came out as gay, before that, people would be like, who's your boyfriend? When are you getting married? When are you having kids?
Yeah.
And then once I came out as gay, those questions stopped. It was like that part of me no longer existed. And when I would say, oh yeah, maybe we're thinking about having kids, people would say, well, how does that work? Well, how do babies, I mean, do we have to have a
Have you forgotten how this works?
Yeah, I always loved those because I would just like me and my girlfriend would be out like with family, and they, like, oh yeah, we were thinking about having children. And they're like, with who? How are you going to do that? And it's just like,
yeah.
Yeah, it's a level of entitlement. It's this weird misplaced entitlement within hetero culture, I think, and yeah, it's just been frustrating. I've just had some challenging conversations with my own family about it, and yeah, I'm learning about what is actually important. Is it important that I get the support from people I tell? Sure, but I'm not doing this for them. So that has given me some strength to just be like, if you can't support this, that's totally your prerogative, but it doesn't change me. I'm going to still be me. And if you want to get on board, great. If you don't, then, we'll just be speaking a little less.
Well, they're not living your life. So, I mean, that's what's important. Yeah. So many things are like blowing my mind right now. I'm really enjoying talking to you, Jeremy. Like, I want to be your friend and like hang out with you.
We all need to meet. We all need to meet in Conroe. By the way, I can't remember. Is it like, so we actually on the show after your book dropped and we were having our Tuesday live show, we were talking about your book. Me and Miss Jen were like, is it Conroe Lights? Is it Conroe Eds? We couldn't remember what people.
I don't know, but I've heard that there's like this pretty booming craft beer culture in Conroe.
Oh yeah, it's huge. There's two breweries in Houston. They actually, I think St. Arnold's is down here, right? Yeah. And there's another one I can't remember, and there's also another one towards San Antonio that's actually owned by Jensen Ackles from
Whoa, really?
Nashville. He's down here all the time. Both of the main cast from there were from Texas, and they're down here all the time because they have houses. And they do, like, if you come down here to even in spring or where we're at towards the Woodlands, they have certain little bars that have hi.
She la-di-da.
But you can get all the craft beers that you want on tap most of the time from any bar. It's actually really fun. Me and my brother do it all the time, where we're like, oh, let's go try what craft beers they have at this bar. Hey.
Yeah, actually, my high school reunion, this is going to date me, but my high school reunion was this past weekend, my 20th.
Oh, my God.
And it was in Montgomery. I wasn't going to go, even though I kind of wanted to, because I love movies about high school reunions, but I think the reality of a high school reunion is not as great.
I had my 10th one a couple years back, and when I was in high school, I actually had leukemia, so everybody thought I was dead.
Oh, wow.
So we had our 10-year a few years back, and I walked in with my best friend who had left for the Marines and come back, and everybody had written us off. They thought I was dead. They thought he was, still over there. So we walk in, and they have this video playing of In Memoriam from the Woodlands High School.
Oh, my God.
And then my friend starts elbowing me, and I'm like, dude, what do you want? And I look over. There's me. And I'm like, I stand up on a chair. By then, I'd been drinking.
Right.
And I was like, yo, not dead. I got tackled.
That's amazing.
To the ground. And I was like, all of you thought I was dead. I've been here the whole time.
To be fair, that's the best way to go back to a reunion. That's better than saying, oh, I have this high-paying job. It's like, hey, bitches, I'm still alive.
Yeah.
Right?
And now everybody wants to talk to you.
Nobody's talking to me.
Popular girl in the room.
Well, no, they still didn't like me.
I'm going to date myself. My high school reunion is coming up in October, and it's my 30th.
Ooh.
Nice.
So, and I'm actually one of those people where I went to high school I went to a private school, Catholic school my whole life. So I went to school with these people from first grade to senior in high school. I graduated with 24 girls in my class. So we're all like sisters. So we go back and we immediately revert to smoking and drinking. It's just this bizarre thing, but it's really fun.
That's awesome.
That's pretty much what we did, because I graduated with a class of 1,016 of us.
Wow.
That's like a town.
Wait, what high school did you go to?
The Woodlands Senior Campus.
Okay, yeah. I actually I was in the Woodlands for 2 years, 2006 to 2008. I was working as a genius at the Apple Store at the Woodlands Mall.
Okay, so I was actually class of 2008, and we spent every weekend smoking behind the mall and drinking behind the mall.
That's
so
awesome.
I might have seen you.
Maybe.
I don't know. And then I worked at GameStop in the mall, so.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Yeah,
funny.
yeah.
Oh.
GameStop.
It's how, worlds collide.
It's the bubble. It's the bubble.
Yeah.
That's what they call the Woodlands, is the bubble where like nobody leaves because everything is there. And it's crazy because it came from a small town that nobody leaves. I left a small town and came to the bubble. And yeah, I never want to leave the bubble. I love it. I leave for vacations, but then I come back.
I'm in the process of moving, actually, so like I'm kind of stressed. I hate moving.
Where are you moving?
So I've been in Vermont for a while, but I'm actually moving back to New York City in a few weeks.
Staying in the cold. I'm so sorry. I give you the warm hug. I hope you feel it.
I love New York City. I think that's it's fun to visit.
Fun to visit.
There, I think.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I was there for 5 years before I moved to Vermont, so it is
okay.
a transition to go back. But I kind of feel like my life is passing me by, and I got this pretty good job
Nice.
in Manhattan. So I have a lead on an apartment, which I think I should be closing on pretty soon. So it's all moving very quickly. But yeah, so I'm gonna need to start throwing stuff out, packing up, donating.
Whenever you're feeling a little overwhelmed, I send you the smell of boudin balls.
Okay.
You smell it. Do you feel it? Is it entering your soul?
Boiled crawfish. I wanna ask you about, if I could, writing for Image, because that would be like my dream. Do you have any advice to give people about sort of breaking into the comic book industry, and like what would you tell them or suggest that they do?
Okay, so Image was my dream back in 2008. So it's taken me over 12 years to get here. And even this book was delayed by 2 years. So I've reread Main Korea #1 1,000 times over. And before it was released, I was like, this is going to bomb. No one's going to like this. It's not that good. The hook is pretty weak. Yeah, I'd read it too much. And so the reviews that are coming in are quite surprising. But for me, what I would tell people is it is absolutely paramount to move your goalposts. So for a very long time, my goalpost was to write full time. When that didn't happen, I quit. I've quit multiple times. And the only thing you can't do is quit, because if you do, then someone's going to take your dream job. So move the goalpost, alter it however you have to. So for me, it was just continuing to enjoy writing. And I didn't even have to write every day. Like that was another goalpost I moved, where I was thinking, if I didn't write every day, I'm not a writer. But just enjoy the work, weave in your personal narratives, get as personal as possible, fictionalize it to make yourself more comfortable if you have to. But that kind of stuff is what readers and editors will never overlook. As far as specifically getting in with Image, I have heard so many different stories, and every single one is different, and I've tried all of them. So I've heard stuff like, okay, you need to email them on a specific day at a specific time. You can't have more than one sentence, and the JPEGs have to be embedded in the email, not attached. Or find the publisher's phone number, call him up until he says yes. Someone did that for you. Or get a big name creator to hype you up. Did that didn't work. And for me, it was, I happen to know someone at the time who was a production artist at Image. And he has been a huge proponent of my work for a long time. And he was the first one who read it and said, I'm going to send this along to Marla Isaac. And I was like, who's Marla Isaac? Because as far as I knew, Eric Stevenson was the only one reading pitches. That's what I was told for years. And then I find out, no, actually, Eric has an assistant. I said, does Marla look at pitches? Yeah. What? So he gave it to Marla, and Marla is really, I give her a lot of credit, because she was the one who championed Made in Korea But that even took, I don't know, over a year. At one point, I even said to Marla, "Can we just call it? Can we just call the time of death, because I need to move on with my life?" So, and she came through within a week of that email, and and my way in is unlike anything I've heard before. So I think that there's a lot of different ways. I think you just have to keep doing it. And something that Marla said to me, which I think is very insightful, is when you get a rejection, do not think that the publisher is stamping you as a failure. It's actually the opposite of that, where they like it enough to respond to you. Mm-hmm. If they like it enough, it means that you're now on their radar. And maybe what you pitched just wasn't exactly what they were looking for. Right. And I've pitched, I don't know, I have over, I stopped counting rejection letters after 50, but specifically with Image, what it became clear to me was that Made in Korea was a culmination of trial and error, refinement of my process and my work, to the point when I submitted that it was undeniably good. But you can't really do that overnight. You can't do that with your first book out. Like, you really have to hone the craft, get better, revise. You got to get comfortable with revisions, and eventually people will take notice.
So was it accepted in 2018, but it's just now making it, and it's really sort of a timely release now. Wouldn't you say? I mean, do you want to speak a little bit about how the timing is actually a little more, it's better than it probably would have?
100% better. So it got greenlit in October of 2018. I finished scripting it on Christmas Eve of 2019. My co-creator, George, they had received work from another publisher when we got the green light. So George was gone for a year. So I just kept writing it in the meantime. And when Parasite won for Best Picture in 2020, that was really exciting. That, to me, was an indicator of what direction Hollywood was kind of looking towards. And I was kind of, the only good thing from the pandemic was my book got delayed by an additional year. So when, Lee Isaac Chung and Chloe Zhao are getting recognized and nominated, it was even more Asian representation, including actors, because, every single actor in Parasite didn't get nominated, which is a crime. Yes. Films that have been heralded as amazing works like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which was like decades before, no actor in those films were nominated. Right. So the fact that actors are not only getting nominated and winning, this was just absolute perfect timing. And I think if this book had come out a year earlier, I don't think it would have had the same impact.
Right. No, it's great. And it's just so serendipitous. It's like you just need to let the universe have things fall the way that they fall. Yeah. I want to ask you a little bit about science fiction, because this is definitely, you've got an AI component going on, very science fiction. There is some, I have to tell you, when I look at the cover, it makes me think of John Carpenter's They Live.
Oh, yeah.
But horror is totally another topic, which both Jenna and I totally love.
we were looking at all her sign stuff that she has. She's assigned Hellraiser, and I almost started crying. Okay.
So science fiction. Tell me some of your inspirations. Who are your favorite authors? What have you liked to read that just either made you start thinking in this direction of this sort of narrative? Talk about that a little bit.
Sure. I don't read a lot of science fiction. I think I watch a decent amount. Spielberg has definitely always been in the forefront of my brain. Minority Report, AI were influences, but it's really honestly been Spike Jonze's work and Alex Garland's work that has been the biggest influence. So films like Spike Jonze's Her, Alex Garland's Ex Machina, including Devs, which was the Hulu original series, to me were huge influences. And also Neil Blomkamp of District 9 and Chappie and Elysium. So I wanted to try to sort of take on an AI narrative, which is my favorite of that genre, but it was really daunting because I wanted to tell something that people hadn't seen before. And so when I came across the concept of AI through the lens of adoption, it was important to me that I wanted to write a story set in a future, but we are at the precipice of a massive downturn. So, and I think that that's how life really is for us. You know, the future isn't going to hit us all at once. We're not going to suddenly have flying cars and hoverboards. It's a gradual thing where generations later, when we're all gone, are going to look back and go, wow. So for me, I didn't want to there is a dystopian feeling to the story with the absence of childbirth, but I didn't want to set it in this like post-apocalyptic world, because to me that I have to suspend disbelief, because my questions are like, how do we get there? Like, how long, what's the time frame? And when the story's like 2230, it's like, I don't care. So for me, I wanted to just show that this is still a relatable world, but there are little things that are different. And I took a huge cue from her in the sense that this is a futuristic LA where Spike Jonze did a very clever and smart move with his costume designer to have the clothes speak about the future these characters are living in, about having high-waisted pants. Something as simple as that feels a little otherworldly, but it doesn't feel completely alien. So I wanted to do that with the story, and I think reviewers were surprised that it's not this doom and gloom. I wanted to make it relatable.
So we talked about, you know, how this story really touches on identity, representation, but as you're talking about this, there's also really sort of a commentary on family and what that looks like and how it could look. And you're sort of, because when I'm reading this, I'm like, okay, Jessie, she comes in this box. Like, does she age? What happens? Why is she fully this particular age? Why is it so important for these people to have children and this type of child? So those were the questions I was having. Did you have any sort of commentary on family as you were writing this, or was that just sort of the unit that you thought would be the best way to talk about this? I mean, we talked about adoption, but there's a bigger family.
I think it's connect adoption to the family component. I chose a child between the ages. I think in my mind, you know, Wookjin Industries produces children between the ages of, I think, 7 and 10. I wanted them specifically to be children because adoption is often viewed through the lens of children, not adults. So, and also it saves room for another narrative thread about there are these children proxies, but then I also am exploring adult proxies, which will come later in the series. But specifically, these kids do not age. They act within a specific parameter of their age. And to me, it's also this kind of knee-jerk reaction from the point of view of consumerism. So I wanted to explore this kind of quick fix that's happening that right now is good. It's working. People are feeling satisfied. But if George and I get to tell more of this story, and we want to do two more arcs, I want to explore body modification more harder on the sci-fi tech angle. I want to explore because I think just like any products we have, we eventually discard them. And to me, these proxies, they're going to go that route eventually. And you know, what does that look like? So yeah, and it was challenging to try not to explain all of that because I didn't really want to get too hard into the hard science of it, because it's more about the characterization and character arcs than it is about the tech. But I'm hoping, because I have these 3-page backup stories in each issue, that it kind of further explores the world and the life of proxies in other families. So yeah.
That's really interesting because, you know, now we would never think of like, oh, I can't take this kid anymore. I'm just going to trash it and put it out on you know, I can't just take it to, you know, the junkyard and have it crushed.
Yeah.
You know? So it definitely also speaks to this notion of attachment and what you can and cannot be attached to. This is fascinating.
And I also wanted to view different families with these backup stories on how these proxies are treated. And I told the 6 artists that I enlisted, these are the parameters you have to work within, but tell your story of this proxy child and what they're going through. And to me, that was based on a college course that I audited. I work in a college town, and there was a guest speaker that came to the campus to speak about AI specifically within the toy industry. And so I listened to this really fascinating discussion about Mattel designing these Barbies that had some basic AI built into them. The consumer, the user, the child could speak to their Barbie, and the Barbie would respond with a various set of voice prompts. What Mattel was looking at from a legal conflict was that the conversations were being recorded and uploaded to a cloud. But who manages the data? Who owns the data? And what they were finding was the data was revealing child abuse and neglect. And so, there's a lot of technology that's advancing at these accelerated rates, but nobody's looking at the big picture. And I think the Google search engine is a very prime example of that. Like, it was a good idea, but tailoring using some basic AI on your search creates biases within your town, within your home. So that's something that I wanted to explore a bit. So.
That's fascinating. And
that kind of reminds me of in the 90s, wasn't Furby? Furbies were, they were recording, those were creepy. Yeah. Was recording the conversations too and saying weird things, right? Like that was something that was happening in the US, I think, at the time.
I think so.
I feel like they did a really big legal battle for a while, and that's why they had to pretty much pull Furbies from shelves for a while. I think that's what was happening, and now it feels weird that they're doing it again.
Yeah, like I think that it's going to be interesting to explore the idea of these very realistic synthetic children at some point are going to be viewed as products. And I was reminded of my training at Apple. I went to Cupertino in California to get trained for, it was like an intensive 6-week course. And one of the projects we had to do was write about some sort of store operating protocol in a creative way. So somebody in my group wrote about the end of life of a machine, but told through the console logs of that computer. So it was like this running diary of this computer's thoughts about,
oh, wow.
Hey, I've been dropped off. I need this fixed. I'm not feeling well. My fan's not spinning. Fan gets fixed. I'm excited to go home. And then sits on the shelf for 30 days. Oh no, like they've slapped a sticker on me. They've called my owner. My owner's not picking up. And after like 180 days, the computer gets thrown to be recycled. Oh. And to me, it was like so amazing because it was just humanizing a computer. And that has stuck with me, and that is something I absolutely want to explore in subsequent issues.
I think that's fascinating. And then also I think of the notion of if these are products and if it is not somebody's biological progeny, would it be easier for them to abuse it? Like physically abuse them, just like you would see in, family situations now.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Well, not abuse is not awesome, but like all of the concept all of the things that could possibly be explored. That's amazing. Jenna, I feel like I've hogged this whole situation.
Oh no, it's totally cool.
Do you have any questions? Do you have questions for Jeremy?
Yes, so we only have a few minutes left. We wanted to know, is there any upcoming projects you want to talk about or anything that you can talk about coming up in the future you want us to keep an eye out?
There's nothing I can give too many details about now, but I am excited to say that I will have my first prose novel published probably in the winter, if not early 2022. So
awesome.
I'm excited about that.
That's going to be super awesome. And where can everybody find you to follow you and find out?
Very easy. Just Jeremy Holt Books across all social media, and my website is jeremyholtbooks.com.
Okay, and now I'm going to rapid fire some nerdy questions. Are you ready?
Yep.
What is your favorite indie comic that you're reading right now?
I'm not reading comics right now. I don't have one.
You don't have one right now?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. Is there any like TV shows or any like books that you're really into right now?
I'm mildly obsessed with Michelle Zauner's memoir, Crying in H Mart. She's the lead singer of Japanese Breakfast, which is a band that I love. And I was really obsessed with the animated anime series Agretsuko. which
I've been reading the comics from Oni Press on that. It's so cool to see.
Oh, I didn't know they were doing comics.
Yeah, they just started their 3rd arc on it. So the first arc just has come out on trade. The second arc is coming out in trade very soon. And the third one, they just had the 2nd issue release. And it's really cool to see it go even further from behind the scenes. And then they also had the app game that had little mini episodes for in between each episode too.
Oh, fun.
So yeah, it's been a lot of fun to really see that. And then all the webtoons that they had that came out before the show got picked up by Netflix. It's really fun. I'm really deep in the universe. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Love it too. So are you really big into any video games, or is there any other like animes or like mangas you might be doing right now?
No. My 2 triple brothers have finally got me into playing Fortnite with their friends. Which I do occasionally. My brother, one of my triple brothers works for Epic Games, so.
Okay, dope.
Oh, nice.
Get a little bit of everything in here.
Yeah, and that's about it, I think. I've been obsessed with Phoebe Bridgers' music. I listen to Nirvana every day, which is a little weird. And yeah, that's about it.
So you're kind of like into like the classic, almost like punk scene to it?
Yeah, when I was writing this novel, Skip to the End, which is a fictionalized version of the band, and the concept is music as a form of time travel. And I wanted to explore addiction and loss.
I love it.
And I fictionalized the band Nirvana. So I was heavily obsessed with the band, and I was obsessed with the Pacific Northwest DIY punk scene of the 80s and early 90s. And I love anything that Sub Pop puts out musically. And so I did a deep dive into that stuff years ago, and I just haven't let go.
Nice. I've actually I just picked up a nice punk band called Meet Me at the Altar Garden, where they have a chick as the front singer in the punk band, and I love it so much. She has these pink dreads, and I'm obsessed with it right now.
That's awesome. Actually, the Linda Lindas I'm obsessed with.
Who?
The Linda Lindas. Have you heard about them? They're
no, but I'm writing it down right now.
Okay, so they're all like 10 or 12. They did this punk song at the Los Angeles Public Library called "You're a Racist," or talking about boys who are racist, and then it went viral. They signed with Epitaph. They were on one of the late shows this past week. So it's like, and it's three girls who just sing punk music, and they've opened for Bikini Kill. I mean, it's incredible. So I'm mildly obsessed with their music too.
So we'll definitely have to like trade music, and then for like the whole like early punk scene, you need to get with Kyle, because he knows, like, he blows my mind with some of the like Midwest early like grunge that he has. It's so amazing. All right, did you have any quick questions for him at all?
No, I just have to say I really enjoyed talking. I was nervous because I don't do a lot of interviews of famous people. But,
you're an amazing interviewer, by the way.
Oh, thank you. This is actually the first time I've done something like this, so maybe this might be,
definitely
another career for me. I just like to talk, I guess.
We gotta do more panels like this, where it's just like the three of us, where we just sort of like talk about everything. I think we had so much fun.
We covered a lot. We covered identity, adoption, like everything. So
yes,
this was.
We even covered music. So I actually asked you last time that you were on with Miss Jen, how you see when you're writing. Do you see like a soundtrack in your head, or do you like hear the music that you want to hear when people are reading it?
I actually play a lot of music when I'm writing. I actually create playlists for the characters, because I feel like if I know what music they're listening to, I can write about them more easily. But for music, I tend to I'll listen to one song on loop, which I had to look up if it was like maybe the beginning of a mental disorder, because I can literally, with lyrics, I can listen to a song on loop for like 8 hours, which I did when I was writing Skip to the End. But it becomes background noise for me. But I definitely think about music a lot when I'm writing. It gets me in the headspace really quickly.
I don't know if you're familiar with Rob Guillory's work.
Yeah.
He's awesome. I love him. He's so nice. And he actually had somebody offered to do sort of a soundtrack to Farmhand. So you can get on his website, and there is it's like instrumental music, but it's very cool. And you know that comic is like phenomenal.
Yes.
Chew is one of my favorites.
I love Chew.
But yeah, get on his website because he actually has like a CD. So that might be something you should think about doing too, Jeremy.
Yeah, actually with Skip to the End, I was going to commission somebody to do the one song. The song is called Skip to the End. I had a friend of mine from college who's a musician write the lyrics for it. Nice. In fact, the title was going to be String Theory because it kind of explores multiverses. But then I said I needed this song that evokes Nirvana, and he wrote it in a day, and he called it Skip to the End. I said, that's the title of the book. Nice. So I was going to commission a guy to record, sing, and play all the music, but I didn't have the money, so releasing that
someday.
Yes. Well, we'll definitely have to try and do a meetup down here where it's just the three of us. We go get some good old Creole food and just kind of like talk about music and talk about all of the stuff. So
if you're ever in Texas, definitely.
Yeah, my parents are still there. So, now that traveling is safe, I think I'll probably be heading there around Christmas time.
Good. And you have more friends to visit now.
I can't wait. I can't wait, especially since we can all just meet up at Space Cadets because they have some of the best pizza in the Woodlands now. We have there's a pizzeria they opened up last January. It's called Marini's, and he makes everything in house. Like they built a kitchen out of one of the like back rooms, and it's called Marini's. This is his second location. It's a smaller location. He does have a sit down restaurant location, and he's super awesome. Me and his wife like swap recipes, but they won't give me what kind of cheese they use. Now let me tell you my theory really quick. So what they have, and I'm seeing it in my head, they have this magic door in this back room where they open it and it's a land made out of cheese and they just reach in for the best cheese and they put it on the pizza and then you're addicted to the pizza.
That tracks.
And that's the best way to end this. So I'm have to let you guys go because I think next we're gonna have Andy and Jose. So thank you guys so much for coming in. It was super great. Love meeting you guys. It's super awesome. I'm always behind the scene. I get to see your faces this time. You get to see mine.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
What's up, the internet? We're back here on day 2. This is part, Jen, I lost count.
Part 4.
Part 4 of our Pride weekend. Jenna just put a big piece of food in her mouth, and I was going to bring Andy on, but I saw that he did the same, so I'm just going to make everybody uncomfortable.
I swallowed really quickly.
Crocker.
I can't tell you how many of these things where I've had to do where I've got like a sub sandwich over here, and I'm like, here, I'm gonna make the other person full screen. Take a bite, make them not full screen.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought was happening. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. So, welcome back in, guys. This is the final part of our kickoff weekend of our Pride Month celebration here on The Experience. And we have a guest waiting backstage who is an absolute legend. And I am going to let him and Andy just kind of take the reins and talk about whatever they want. I wanted to thank Jenna on screen for her time this weekend and helping us out. Jenna is great. And thank Krista for hosting the last
doing host for this kind of stuff. The last time I played host was at least 10, 15 years ago. And it was for college. So this was definitely nice. This is so much more fun. I didn't get yelled at by drunk college guys this time.
And I want to thank Krista for hosting the last panel. So without further ado, I am going to bring in the legendary José Villarrubia. I'm going to get Jenna and I out of here and let Andy and Jose have a good time. We will see everybody in just a little bit.
I think we're live. Hey, Jose.
Hello, Andy. How are you?
I'm well. How about you?
Great.
Your beard looks good.
Thank you.
And you got a haircut recently, post COVID.
I have about 2 months ago.
Fantastic. Jose, we've known each other for a long time. Long time. But for the audience here, I want to establish really quickly, how do you pronounce your last name?
Well, there are two ways to pronounce it, in Spanish and in English, because I don't expect English speakers to pronounce it in Spanish because it has sounds that don't exist in English. So if you don't speak Spanish, it's Villarrubia, like it's written. And if you speak Spanish, it's Villarrubia.
Villarrubia.
Villarrubia. It has a B sound for the V, and the R is roll.
All right, there we go. So what most people know you as is as a comic colorist. Mm-hmm. What you're here for this weekend is the fact that you are also and have been out in the comic industry as a proud queer man for 30 years or so. I don't remember what was your first work in the industry?
Hellshock.
Was Hellshock with Jay Lee?
Well, I had two pinups in Who is Who in the Legion of Superheroes that I penciled, and one was published. And then after that, a few years later, it was Hellshock with Image. Yeah.
I didn't even know that you were in Who's Who. That's
yes,
why was the other one not published?
Well, I was I was teaching a painting class, and one of my students turned out to be Greg LaRocque, who at the time was working on Legion. And so it was thrilling to meet him, and we became friends. And then he asked me if I wanted to do some art for the Who is Who in the Legion. I said yes. So he asked me to pick the characters. He told me towards the end of the alphabet because most were done already. So I picked White Witch, which I thought looked very homely and I could sort of beautify somewhat, give her a little glamour, and Timberwolf, who I thought was cute. So I did both of them, and Timberwolf turned out was already drawn by somebody else, but White Witch wasn't. So it was inked, I think, by Bob Wyzek, and it was published. And that's my first piece of work, and that was in the early 90s.
It's ironic that you had to go for the end of the alphabet because you should have done Color Kid.
That would be nice, huh?
And actually, I was wearing when they interviewed me yesterday, I was wearing a Timberwolf T-shirt that nobody caught on because it's so many designs ago. So beyond being a comic book colorist, you're also a fine artist, and you teach both art and photography. Where do you currently teach?
I don't teach photography. I did photography for many years. For 10 years, I concentrated on fine art photography. And but I never taught photography. I've only taught fine art and illustration, which includes comics. I have been teaching since I was 25. That's a long time ago. And after teaching for many years at Towson University, I was hired full-time in my other alma mater, which is the Maryland Institute College of Art. And I have been a full-time faculty member there for the last 21 years.
And how did you transition as a fine artist to comics itself?
Well, I wanted to do comics to begin with. I just recently found all these comics that I drew when I was 12 and 13 years old, and also the drawings that I sent to Marvel and DC when I was 18, hoping to get a job, which didn't happen. So I always wanted to be a comics artist. And then when Marvel and DC rejected me at 18, they just sent me a form letter, really. I just thought, okay, I'll do something else. So I finished my degree in fine art. I did an MFA in painting. I started teaching college courses. I got bored with painting and I started doing fine art photography. So I never really stopped liking comics and reading comics. And I did stop drawing them after 18, but I followed the field very closely. And so I didn't have to transition back from comics because I never left. I mean, the reason I met Jay Lee was because I was in the board of directors of a local art center, and they asked me to curate a show of local comic artists. So for a fine art exhibition, so I invited Bernie Wrightson, who's from Baltimore, Mark Whitley and Mark Hamill, of course, Greg LaRocque, Ron Wilson. And at the comic book store, somebody told me you should contact this kid, Jay Lee, who's in Virginia. And he's doing really hard work at Marvel at the time. I contacted him and we became really good friends. And then when he got his first big break at Image, he didn't want to have digital coloring in his work. He knew I was a fine art painter. He had never seen my attempts as a teenager, nor should he have looked at, but he knew that I could paint. And so he said, would you want to color my comic? And I said, yeah, piece of cake. So I talked to him about what to do. We had very similar ideas, and that was the beginning.
Now, when you broke in as a colorist, it wasn't the beginning of digital coloring, which really started with Malibu Comics just prior to Image, but it was very early on in the whole digital coloring process. So what was it, very trial and error for you? I assume you were working mostly with Photoshop at that point?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it was the beginning. I mean, Photoshop was not what it is, of course, not even close to what it is today. It had a lot of limitation. Computers couldn't handle big files. Scanners were very expensive. It was very complicated, just even from a logistics standpoint. I remember doing my first job at my school. I took a Photoshop class and then I had access to the lab. And I had to use computers there because I couldn't really afford to have one set up at home. So it was the beginning of, the beginning of, as you said correctly, Malibu was the studio that really started. Steve Olive doing Akira was like the first great digital colorist. But at the beginning, they were using PCs. They weren't using Macs. And they were not using Photoshop either. They would use other paint programs that actually would give them mapping effects. Whenever they would do a gradient, it wouldn't be smooth. It would have like lines in between. Mm-hmm. And right away, they went for a very glossy sort of imitation video game look. Jay didn't want that. Jay vehemently didn't want that. He wanted something hand-painted. So I told him I could just paint the pages and then scan them and tweak them in Photoshop. And the person who was working him at first told him that was impossible. So the first few issues I did like color guides, but I learned Photoshop so I could work with Jay, and then I just would do color. I would do painted pages. I would scan them. I would overlap his line art, adjust the edges, and that was it.
So you were actually doing kind of a combination of what old style comic colorists did, which was that they would paint the Pantone colors onto art, which then the printer would take and translate into what we saw as colored comic pages. You were doing a form of that by painting the artwork before the black line art was put in, correct?
Yes, it was more similar to what I had grown up with in Europe, with what they call blue line, which is the ink pages are printed in blue, and then they're colored in watercolor, and then sometimes they put the line art in acetate over it, and then they shoot the whole thing. That's how Mark Wheatley had been a pioneer of doing that with a comic called Breathtaker that Mark Hempel drew. And that was one of the early comics. And then in America, done that way. In Epic, they were doing several series like that. But the difference was that I thought of doing it in the computer, meaning I didn't really invent the technique. I just refined it in terms of like incorporating Photoshop into the process to adjust what was painted by hand. Eventually, I did more and more on the computer, and even at some point, it just became all computer coloring with painted textures that I would create myself.
Now, when you were creating that work early on with Jay, and really it was such a different look for an Image comic back then. I mean, it was very clearly a painted book, but it still had the black line art, so it was a comic book that was painted. Was there a direct line that you could see, or did people come to you and say, how are you doing this? Did you end up teaching this to the rest of the comics community, or did everyone kind of have to discover it on their own?
Oh, I know. I was very open with my methods. I had met along the years other professionals that I have asked how they were doing something, and they were very protective of their techniques, and that always surprised me. I was completely transparent on how I did everything. And as a matter of fact, in the first job that I did by myself, which was in the first, and it was the second Hellshock series, which we didn't have a technician copying my colors digitally. I just did it all myself. I wrote an article called How to Color Comics the Villarrubia Way in the first issue. So everybody would know exactly what I was doing. So I never had any secrets, and nobody came to me because they could just read it. If they wanted to find out, all they had to do is buy something I'd done, and all the information was there. Mm-hmm. So, because I was a teacher before I became a professional artist. For me, that the teaching part is something that goes without saying. I enjoy very much sharing the information, and I'm not protective. I don't have any secrets.
It was not. There was no part of you that was proprietary about it.
Absolutely not.
You were like, if we share this, everyone benefits.
Absolutely. And I thought, I think that experimenting is a part of art that is fundamental for its development. And I think that the more tools you have in your toolbox, the better art you're going to produce. So I thought anyone who wants to try working this way and find out if they like it or not, they can do it this way. And I was very lucky because Jay put me in touch with some colorists that really helped me. In the beginning, you had to do a lot of the prep work for press by yourself. Photoshop didn't do it. So you had to work with ink limits and trapping and all sorts of ridiculous technical stuff that I just didn't know what to do. And the printing was very random. You never knew what was going to come out once it was printed. But he put me in contact with several professionals who really, really helped me and told me, do this, don't do that, And so, I was the beneficiary of their generosity right away. And, I always had really great relationship with comic book colorists in particular. Mm-hmm. Like, I have a lot of colorist friends. I have gotten jobs from them that they passed to me. I passed jobs to some of them if I wasn't, if I couldn't do it. So it's like, I was just thinking about Bernie Wrightson. And when I got to work with Bernie, he was one of my heroes. And it was a series that wasn't assigned to me originally. But the colorist, who was too busy to do it, suggested that I would do it. And so that was really, really great.
Which project was that?
This is something we did called City of Others. It's a horror comic. that came out from Dark Horse.
I was going to say that was Dark Horse, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's funny. I speaking of Bernie Wrights, and whenever I trim my eyebrow hairs, I think of Bernie, because
Yes.
for those
He had
who
antenna.
don't know, Bernie had the bushiest eyebrow hairs I've ever seen on a human.
For sure.
They were almost creatures living on the side of his face. It was quite interesting to when you were talking to him, because you would be transfixed by these little fairies that were dancing around.
Yeah, he was. I adore him. I adore his art. I adore him personally. I had the privilege to meet him for that exhibition where I met Jay that I told you about, and he was charming and just a real gentleman. And so when the opportunity came to work with Steve Niles and him in City of Others, and Shana Gore was our editor, who's a wonderful editor, I jumped at the chance. And he was happy with what I did, which was great. I actually colored the covers for the last work that he did, Frankenstein Alive. I colored the covers for that very discreetly because the work was completed in black and white and gray, so it wasn't really necessary.
Now, I believe you transitioned from Image to your next major work was with Vertigo, correct?
More or less. I mean, several things happened at the same time. With Image, I was working with Jay with Image. Then he went to Marvel. Then we used to talk every day. So he was like, which character should I revive for Marvel Knights? And he's like, I know Marvel continuity really, really freaking well. Because I was older and nerdier than him. So I suggested that he do the Inhumans. And so he did Inhumans with Paul Jenkins. And that was a big success. And he won the Eisner. But Marvel would not allow me to color it because my work was deemed, quote, too artistic. So somebody else colored it. And I get a lot of compliments for Inhumans. And I used to say something, but I just don't anymore because it doesn't really matter. So I sign a lot of Inhumans because I just don't want to embarrass whoever is bringing them to me, Right. So it doesn't really matter to me. But no, it wasn't like editors were willing to hire me at first because of that too artistic comment. On the other hand, people like Warren Ellis was really paying attention to my work and wrote some really complimentary things about me when I was completely unknown. So industry people, Brian K. Vaughan asked for me for a series, and industry people started noticing that I did something different. But editors tend to be conservative, and they wanted to do more like the same thing that they were publishing. When Jay got enough momentum, he was able to just say, "It's Jose, or I'm not doing it." So. I was kind of shoehorned into the job. But then when I met the editors and I started working with them, then they gave me tons of work. And, I befriended them, and they're friends to this day. So at the same time, I was friends with a local photographer, fine art photographer, Stephen John Phillips, and he had been doing covers for Vertigo. And he wanted to do a full graphic novel. And that's what you're talking about, doing stuff. I don't know if it was, I think it was concurrent with my Marvel work. I think it was all happening at the same time. He wanted to do a graphic novel with Pat McCreel, who recently passed away, unfortunately. And he was the writer of Chiaroscuro, a series about Leonardo da Vinci, a very gay, positive, daring series from Vertigo.
It was, yes.
One of the many. So he asked me to work with him, and we ended up collaborating in this graphic novel called Veils, where I did all this photo montage work with Steven. And it was a lot of fun. It was a ton of work. He had no budget, but it was fun. It was well received. He got good reviews, but it didn't lead to any other jobs like that. But it did lead me to work with Alan Moore on Promethea, who saw what I'd done in Veils, and he thought of an idea to put in the series of photo sequence where the characters become quote unquote real. And it happened to be the one that had to do with the gay storyline in Promethea and the sort of fantasy transgender character that with a tragic ending. So he wrote this thing especially for me, and that was enormously flattering. And it felt very important at the time because the content was pretty transgressive, but it was being done, with the utmost care by Alan.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's talk about the kind of when you came out in the industry, because as I recall, when the first time I had you on the Gays and Comics panel, you were still pretty early on in your career, but I don't ever recall you being really questioning about, like, can I do this? Can I not do this? And so forth. You were just kind of like, yes, I'd be happy to, I'm out. Did that ever become, as you were moving forward with your nascent career, did that ever become a question mark for you of, because people think, well, writers and artists always have to think about that, but they don't necessarily think, well, what do letterers or colorists or other production, what people think of as production, do they have to be concerned about it? So what was the situation like for you?
Well, this was a situation. When I came here in 1980, it was illegal to be gay in the United States. It was illegal to even visit the United States. I had to fill up a form saying that I was not a communist or a sexual deviant in order to be admitted into the country. And sexual deviancy meant gay. So I was very aware of the fragility of my situation here from the moment I set foot in this country. We had sodomy laws in Maryland until the end of the 80s. There was a defense of marriage law that Clinton signed, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I don't have to tell you, you're an activist and you know this inside and out a million times better than me. But what I think that I was talking to another friend of mine who had a similar trajectory to mine. And I think that people don't really realize, because nobody's talked about it, and certainly I haven't, of the plight of gay and lesbian and transgender immigrants, how homophobic the laws, the US government, the politicians have been and still are. And so we lived in fear. I mean, we were out, I had a boyfriend, everybody knew I was gay, and never, ever, ever pretended otherwise, but we were in fear literally for our lives, because we could be deported by, being reported to immigration or whatever. So it took a little bit of guts to be out. However, in the comics industry, I never felt that anyone, what I did was so secondary that didn't really even matter to people very much. Since it was a side job, because I was already teaching in college, if I had found that, it didn't work out being gay in comics, I would have not worked in comics anymore. Because I had the luxury of having another career. So in that way, on the one hand, I was in a vulnerable position, but on the other hand, I was in a strong position because I had...
You had something to fall back on if you needed to.
That I never abandoned.
Right.
So that put me in a much less precarious situation than the majority of my peers. It had to do with the fact that I had an MFA. I went to school much more than you would need to color comics, that's for sure. All that magna cum laude stuff. So, but that gave me some sense of semi-security.
Right.
So, I think what would happen, like when I first met Jay, he was very young and I was a little older than him. And I probably was the first gay person he ever met. So, he was like, It was new for him. But we had perfect rapport right away. And then, in the industry itself, I was I never felt. I would feel like some of the people I would meet, and sometimes in positions of power, they were not used to being around gay people.
Hmm.
But I thought that was the problem. I mean, honestly, I was like, that's really their problem. Like, they have ways to go, but
Right.
I don't need them. So, and people were careful around me, of course.
That
Um,
it's an interesting thing to talk about. That it's kind of the flip side of white privilege, where because you had work privilege, because you had another job and you didn't need it, it wasn't as maybe concerning to you if you ran into some of that homophobia that did exist when you came out in the industry, and when I came out in the industry and so forth, that the homophobia and some of it still exists, but because you had something else that you could do, you could say, take it or leave it.
I think
And
that has
you
to
have
do.
people like Jay or like Alan Moore who were like, I want Jose.
Yeah,
And that's that.
that's pretty much how it happened. I
And
mean, Alan said like,
that's kind of like the equivalent of white privilege, but not.
well, I have to thank my parents because, I mean, not that it took them a while to deal with me being gay and all that stuff, but they raised me to be very confident and be very to have a lot of integrity. That's how I was raised. So when I faced hardship, I was like, it was very clear to me it was not my problem. And so even if I was impotent to do anything about it, even if I had no recourse, I just knew that I was in the right, and that hopefully things would eventually become slightly better, and they did get slightly better. So, but I was very much aware of the fact that things had to change, and that it was a very slow process, still is. We're still in the midst of the process. And, and in the 80s, I had, my dearest friend was in ACT UP, and he was a big activist, and I did artwork with him, and I did a lot of provocative stuff in fine art that had to do with gay activism and gay visibility. And, I was very involved in the community. But, for example, I couldn't go to ACT UP demonstrations because I couldn't afford to get arrested because I would have been deported. So I think that those things sort of escape American citizens because they just don't know how vulnerable immigrants are.
Right. At what point did you become an American citizen, or do you have dual citizenship?
I have dual citizenship many, many years later. I didn't become an American citizen until I found out that I could keep my Spanish citizenship, so I could have both.
Mhm.
At first, I would have had to give up my Spanish citizenship, and I was not about to do that. So I have both citizenships now.
Do you find in the industry then, did you find it more difficult being an openly gay man or somebody who was looked at as a person of color outsider because of your accent? Or because many people, what people don't realize from the comics industry of your 30 years ago, we didn't know what each other looked like.
No.
We knew what each other sounded like on the phone, and that was it. So you didn't know if you were talking to a creator of color necessarily, a black creator, a Hispanic creator, or an Asian creator, something like that. You didn't know that, but you could tell if somebody had an accent, and if somebody was openly queer, you could, that news traveled really fast.
Mhm.
So did you find one to be more of an impediment or less of an impediment, or did you have any impediment?
No, not at all. The only comments I ever got about my accent is, which is very funny, but I would hear and still hear it many times. I love your accent.
Right.
And I wish I could have one. I'm just like, okay. I did have problems when I used to teach at the state university I taught before. There would be students that would complain to me about how they could not understand a word that came out of my mouth. And they would say it with completely straight face to me. So that was a bit of a problem, but never in the school where I teach now, which is much more international. And never anything serious. It was just people being dumb. So, no, I never really found any of that in the industry at all. I think because I'm Caucasian, I think a lot of people, and people don't really know what. I mean, unless they're tourists and go to Spain, they really don't know a whole lot about Spain. Many people don't. So, and because I was fluent in English, I mean, when I came, I already was completely fluent.
Mhm.
So, I never felt that. So now, when I turn my back, somebody said a cuss word about me, they would have said it anyway. And when people want to cuss you out, they don't really have to have many reasons, So, but at least to my face, no. And I never think that had any impact. I thought I could be a Martian and have 5 arms, and I would have gotten the same jobs I got, because basically the fact that I was easy to work with, that I was fast, that I didn't complain, that I delivered what I said I would deliver, were the things that kept editors and artists asking for me. Coloring is a very service-oriented role in comics. You're not really paid to be creative.
Mhm.
You're really paid to complement the art and to make everybody hopefully shine if you can. And so, coming from fine art, the difference was very, very clear to me, and I was very comfortable with it, because I love being like a person behind the scenes that makes somebody look better. And I always compare it with like cinematography in film, or even makeup, or wigs, or the wardrobe. It's like we're there to serve the writer and the artist, and make them look good. And I really enjoyed that freedom, because when I was in fine art, I had to be making statements about my point of view, my ideas, my vision, my everything. And I did that for so many years, and I was okay doing it. I mean, I had things to say, but at some point I was like, how about if I don't have so much to say and I just devote myself to doing something that is fun and that is not as involved, and that actually people can enjoy.
See, it's interesting that you have that perspective, and it's a very humble perspective. And I've always known you to be, an incredibly both well-spoken but humble person as well. Um, but 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 I look at you and I say that perspective is not what I would view you as, because I look at you as one of the best known colorists in the business, in terms of uh, creating more art out of other people's art, that you actively do enhance their work to the point where, even when you're working with people like J.H. Williams or Ryan Sook or Paul Pope, you're enhancing their work to a completely other level. They're great artists to begin with, and with your coloring, it goes to a different level. And it's surprising that you're so humble about that and saying, I'm just in service to the art, when what you're doing is you're actually enhancing everything that they're producing.
I mean, both. I hear what you're saying, and thank you. And I do take it very seriously. And I do think that when I work best, I do enhance the art, and I make it attractive and compelling. And also, I can add a lot to the narrative component, that's for sure. But, it's still secondary. It's still secondary. And I'm I'm not saying that to be falsely humble. It's just how I really feel.
Mhm.
I really believe that if it wasn't me, it could be somebody else who could be contributing in any given project, and it would look. If it was somebody good, it would look great, and I would be admiring it just as much as if I had done it myself. So I feel that there is. It is difficult to do well, and it requires a lot of knowledge of aesthetics to do it well, and competence in a lot of areas. But at the same time, I feel that it's just it's a minor echelon when it comes to like the levels of the creativity that goes into a story. And so, but I mean, I do take great pride in my work, and I do, I post all those side by sides of what the work looks when I receive it and when it looks like when I'm done. I've done a lot of those for Facebook. I have an album of those. Because until I started making those, people didn't really understand what I did. And even artists that I work with didn't understand exactly what I was doing, or editors. And I got feedback from fans, of course, because characters. But I actually got feedback from professionals that I had worked with, and they just didn't quite get it until they saw the before and after.
Right.
So that was gratifying. Um, but I was interviewed in Spain the year before last, before the pandemic, and it was for a widely seen uh, magazine. And the interviewer was asking me about how I felt about the fact that people don't know that there's such a thing as comic book colorists and what we should change about that. And I told him, honestly, I was perfectly fine with the fact that people don't know that there's comic colorists. Because if somebody's interested in how a comic is put together, God knows they can go online and find out every single detail about it, and who's who, and who has gotten the Eisner and the Harvey for best coloring, and blah, 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 and lots of reviews. If you're not interested, that's fine. Like, it doesn't bug me one bit. And the interviewer was shocked because he thought I would be like rah colorist, but I'm not rah anything.
Well, it's interesting to me though that and this may tell me whether this is an effect of the editor or the writer or the artist, but your name is one of the few names that I've seen on covers or on book spines in terms of the coloring that I've actually seen where they have said, here's the writer, here's the artist, here's the colorist. And that's, I mean, I have to fight sometimes as the writer to get my name on a cover. So I would assume that that's something that is, that's a tremendous sign of respect, I would think, for your work.
Yes, I in the beginning I had to fight for that a little bit because they wouldn't do. I mean, at the beginning at DC they would erase my signature whenever I color something. But I had to, like when I did the first job with Corbin Cage, I remember like they were like putting my name in the comics covers, but not in the trade and things like that, or not in the poster that I colored. That was huge. So there was a little bit of resistance, but very politely. But I've always told editors I want my name in the cover, and they say, "Where we don't do it." It's like, okay, well, you should think about doing it. So I have asked for it many times. I was with in Angoulême in the French Comics Festival with a very famous colorist. We did a panel together in French, which was really something. My French is not that good, and she was complaining about how colorists are not respected in France, and how their names are not in the cover, and blah blah blah. They're hidden in the credits and all that stuff. And she was like, we are artists and we deserve credit, and this and that, and da 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 da, which I thought was fine. So then they asked me, what do I feel about that? And I said, well, I asked for my name to be in the credits. I asked for my name to be in the cover. And sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. And if it is, good. And if it isn't, there's something else that I'm working on right now that maybe that would be in. So it's not like, it's nice.
Mhm.
It's nice to see my name in print. It's nice to see it in the spines of the books. It's nice when they put it in the cover. But if they don't put it, I don't lose any sleep over it.
Before we get to your aesthetic, which I do want to talk about, there is one artist who you've worked with who most people would tend to think, why does he need a colorist? And so I want to hear from you how your relationship with Bill Sienkiewicz came about, and how do you bring something to the work of Bill Sienkiewicz when he's a painter himself and he's such a unique and stylized artist?
Well, Bill was my hero probably since I was 14. And I would not just buy his work, I would study his work. And when he started doing painted work, I was just obsessed with every panel. I had the good fortune of meeting him and working with him early in my career, and and then befriending him. So we have done a few jobs together. But one of my first, right after Jay Lee, I worked with Bill Sienkiewicz. Now, the style that I was using with Jay Lee for both Hellshock and The Century was very inspired by Bill Sienkiewicz to begin with. So I know exactly what to do with Bill's work. Now, why did I work with him? It's because he wasn't going to do the whole job painted. He was just doing the line art, and and then somebody else was going to color it. And so he liked what I did, and then we did a few more things together. Many times he would do jobs that they were budgeted in such a way that the company could not afford me, so I would only do the cover, and that was a shame. But with Sienkiewicz, it's just not even like an effort. It's like everything is there already in the line art, and since I was one of his students, not physically, but spiritually. It was easy to do. It was fun, always, and without any hesitation. I just knew what to do with it, especially because he was being colored digitally with like mapping and crap. And I was like, no, this is like a big wash of color, just like his ink marks and so on and so forth. So, yeah, with Bill, it's really good synergy. But it is not because him and I have synergy. It's because I studied him. So it's not like I had a style that really matched his style. No, it's because he's been a master to me, literally.
So let's talk about your style and aesthetic. It sounds funny to say that the colorist, a gay colorist has some of their aesthetic because they're queer, but I know in the past when we've talked that and with many gay artists that they'll talk about the fact that their LGBTQ-ness does affect their aesthetic and their art style. How has it affected yours?
Well, since I was a teenager, I like a lot of things in art that were stereotypically gay at the time, in terms of taste. I wasn't picking them because they were gay. I was picking them because I liked them. So, for example, the first painters I really cared for were the Preraphaelite painters and other Victorian artists and the symbolists. With almost no exceptions, there were only like a couple. All of those were straight artists obsessed with women. So, but they had a very decorative and sometimes androgynous way of drawing. They had a lot of there was a lot of what they call perversity in how they did it, and I didn't know why, but I just loved it. I think that my taste has been shaped in part by what I would consider stereotypically late 20th century gay male taste. The whole camp thing, like Susan Sontag's Not on Camp and all that stuff. But because I come from a very art-oriented family, and my mother really encouraged me to do art since I was very little, I had a wealth of exposure to, I started taking academic private lessons when I was 12. So I was drawing from the plaster cast of Greek statues at 12 and copying old master paintings from postcards at 12. And so I was completely immersed in classic art of all sorts. That wasn't considered anything gay at the time at all in Spain. And I don't know, there's always been more of a suspicion about culture as something more sissified or something, is not playing football in high school or whatever. But we didn't have jocks in my school. We didn't really have that whole bullying thing that you have here. I was popular because I could do art. I was the kid that I didn't get bullied. Like everybody liked me because I would do their drawings for them when they couldn't do their homework. I would just draw it for them. It would take me like 2 minutes to do it. It's like better than they could do in their lives. So, it was very different that way. Now, I think that I have liked a lot of gay artists over the years. It was certainly a huge influence when I did fine art photography and painting, because then I could control the imagery. So, I had the great honor of meeting Herb Ritz, who was like one of my heroes, and I bought an original print from him. I met Victor Skrbneski. I hung out with David LaChapelle in New York. I was in very high-end queer art circles in the early 90s. And certainly I was hyper aware of gay aesthetic and the emerging queer activist aesthetic at the time. But I had to put all that away for coloring superheroes and Hellshock and Sentry and all that stuff. Like none of that affected how I did my coloring work, because I was just, I always say that coloring is just finishing somebody else's drawing. They give you the drawing and it's not quite there, and you just finish it. But you don't decide what's in the drawing. You just like add stuff to it, or. So all of that knowledge that I had of queer aesthetics and gay art, which to me was so important and still is, could not really be reflected in what colors I use in mainstream or alternative comics, because I just didn't have the space to do it, since I could not control the imagery.
Right.
So,
Well, let's talk about when it did, because you definitely controlled the imagery in what most people think of as your most queer project. You talked about working on Promethea, and that was with Alan Moore and J.H. Williams. And then you did a book called Voice of the Fire, and you provided the photography for that with Alan. But in 1988, Alan had organized a book called ARG, Artists Against Rampant Government Homophobia, which was a benefit book that was against Clause 28, which was a very anti-gay British law that was just horrific. And in that book, he did a poem called The Mirror of Love. And I believe Steve Bissett was the original illustrator for that. And it was very short.
Yeah, Bissett, Rick Veitch and Steve Bissett, they did it together.
Okay. But then I'm going to let you tell the story about this, because we've got about 10 minutes left. And I'm going to let you tell the story about this. I have it right here. Let me see.
Oh, thank you.
On camera. Whoop, there we go.
Thank you.
The Mirror of Love. And this was from Top Shelf.
Yes.
And I've got to say, this is my go-to wedding present.
Oh, wonderful.
I bought literally a case of these, and every time I go to a wedding, this is the book I give them. Whether it's a straight wedding or a gay wedding or whatever else.
Matter.
This is the gift, because it is such an incredible work.
Thank you.
About love, about queer love, and the combination of your photography and Alan's words together are this this is should have won a Pulitzer. This should have won every award. It should have won a Grammy.
Thank you.
Every award possible should have been won by this book. So can you tell us about The Mirror of Love? How did it come about? What has it meant to you?
Well, I'm going to do the short version because we don't have a lot of time. But basically, I had read the text without the comic in a magazine and as a poem, and I found it very moving. I remember I just cried. I was just so blown away by the text. And then I sort of put it away. A little later, I was given the opportunity. Well, I sort of created the opportunity to do a play in a cycle of queer performances. It's called Queer Cafe. And I wanted to do something on the stage I'd never tried. My friend David Drake from the Night Larry Kramer Kiss Me fame directed me. And we adapted, with Alan's blessing, we adapted Mirror of Love to the stage. Afterwards, I started work on illustrating Voice of the Fire, and a French fan asked me in Angoulême if I would do a comic of Mirror of Love. I said no, but I would do a book. And so he asked Chris Taros. Chris Taros said yes. Alan said yes. And I just went ahead and illustrated it. I saw it in my mind that it would be like a big picture book. And also that the text that he had written would be adapted to put it in poem form. I actually edited some of the stuff. Alan actually made some changes because my recommendation, so that was really good. And I had full support. Oh, yeah, I love that. Sappho. I went to Northampton with a portfolio of like maybe 8 pictures to show Alan to get his approval. And he's very affectionate and very wonderful person. And I had made a folder. Oh, yeah, the gay bashing one. I had made a folder and I put the pictures inside, like a sampling of photographs. And when Alan opened the package, he looked at the print, and then he just started saying what part of the poem it was. So that was wonderful. And so it was well received. It was not, it didn't sell as much as it should have because there was no context for it within the publisher and really within the industry. I think that the gay market, which existed at the time, were very skeptical of it. They didn't know Top Shelf. They didn't really know who Alan Moore was. So, it was well received internationally. It's been translated to Spanish and to French and to Italian twice. So there was talks of a Portuguese edition as well. And I've been changing the pictures as it gets reprinted to change the Pope. So it's like the current Pope whenever the edition comes out.
Wow. So there's alternate editions, not just
Everyone is
the
different.
language, but the photography.
Oh, yeah. And I added the different frontispiece. And I'd like to give something. I want to give them something when they make a new edition.
So it's a living document almost.
I think so. At least in the little control that I would have over it. But yes, I think it's very, I know Alan likes it. Alan, whenever he's invited to talk to like high school kids and stuff like that, he takes a copy and he reads from it. And I know Alan is very proud of it. And I think that he was happy to make it into permanent form like this, as opposed to just, a few pages in the special.
Right. You said you adapted it for stage. Has that been presented by anyone else, or have you ever presented it again?
No, that was something that it was really David Drake who did it and performed it in the nude. So it was really quite an experience. And it was the hardest thing I ever done. Not being nude is easy. It's just learning the text was hard. And it got really good reviews, even from the paper when I did it. So that was good. It has been other theatrical representations. Chris Taros and I traveled to Macon, Georgia, to see another version, and there's been one in England as well that has like dancing and several performers. So it's been adapted more than once, and each version is different. I think that it's good for it to be interpreted by different artists, and I think that we did one version, but I'm really happy that it inspires other people to do other performances.
Right. Well, Jose, you and I have known each other for a long time, and we could talk for hours.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we're nearing the end of our hour, so I want to just kind of ask you to break down. Are there, right now we're faced with a world in which Marvel and DC are both putting out Pride books this month. Dynamite is sponsoring this Experience Pride. Video cast, Dark Horse is doing a queer book, Boom and Image, and everybody's doing queer initiatives. So are there things that you would say beyond your own work that you want to kind of give a shout out to?
That's an interesting question. There's so much content right now, and so much of it is so good that it's hard to keep up, not just with like gay, lesbian, LGBTQ content, but just in general. So I can't think of anything right now, honestly. I think that there's
Are you a part of either the Marvel or DC?
Yeah, I color a story by Skylar. She asked for me, and I colored one of the stories for the DC, the question, and I'm working on the question. We did. John Ridley is writing it, and I'm doing the coloring for the other history of the DC universe, which is the story of the DC universe from the point of view of the non-white straight characters. So we did a Rene Montoya issue, and that was really terrific, and it got really good reviews. And
I just got that a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, that was good.
But I wouldn't be like, well, you should read the stuff that I'm doing, like you said.
But people should read stuff that you're doing, Jose. That's part of the point of view.
No, one of the things I've been working on for like almost 2 years is I've been working on 2 biographies of gay artists, an American one and a Spanish one. They're not connected, they're different projects. So I've been working very seriously on both of those. And I have been working with writers and artists, and one is much more developed. The other one it's in beginning stages because it's in Spain and I need to be there to really focus on that. But yeah, those things I think that the market is open, like you're saying, for gay stories. I think the market is really more gay friendly than it's ever been. And I think that there's a lot of levels that you can take that. And I would like to, at this point in my career, I want to do something that is a little bit more serious because that's who I am. And but always keeping an eye on something that would be commercial and that people would actually enjoy.
Right. It's interesting that you mentioned the biographies, because I am in the development stages of and I've talked to a couple editors of pitching a book about Alan Turing and myself. Alan is actually in my family tree, and and I think it would be an interesting a tale of examining the kind of homophobia that he went through in his time versus the kind of homophobia that I've gone through in my career and my growing up. And I can't think of a better colorist than you for that. So
thank you.
Maybe one of these days we'll get to work together.
I'm always open.
Jose, thank you very much for your time here. And we want to also thank the Experience Pride and to Nick Barucci and the Dynamite team for allowing us this platform. And I believe that this is going to go on all month, that we will be experiencing interviews and creators. There's Kyle and Jenna came on. That we'll be experiencing interviews and creators from throughout the comics industry that are queer and LGBTQI, and hopefully we'll get as fascinating a conversation as this has been with you, Jose.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. It's been a real pleasure, and I feel very honored to be able to contribute.
Kyle and Jenna,
thank you guys.
Listening in the background. So
I was catching up. I was here. I promise. I wasn't doing work. I promise. I'm sorry.
No, that was wonderful, and I really do appreciate
really enjoyed
both of you guys. And I just want to thank Andy again. Andy put us in contact with Prism Comics, who is our partner throughout all of this, going forward and through this weekend. And we're so excited to be partnered with them and expanding these conversations and continuing them on for as long as they're willing to continue to have them. So that's beyond this month and beyond, just pick up a copy of The Mirror of Love, wherever you can find it.
Yeah.
Wherever. This is the best wedding present ever.
I got married during the pandemic. We're having a redo reception here in September. I'll have to call you.
All right, guys. Well, that is going to do it for day 2 of Pride here on the Experience Pride Live. We will see you throughout the month continuing this conversation. Stay tuned in a couple of minutes here for our normal programming day. Thank you to Andy. Thank you to Jose. Thank you to Krista. Thank you to Jeremy Holt. Thank you to Steve Orlando. Thank you to yesterday's guests as well. This has been a great weekend, and we will see everyone very, very soon. We love you all.
Bye.
Bye.